Yo, Oliver, funny story about the swimming appointment. I missed the swimming appointment because I was up early with Overlord. So I had to get a later swim appointment. I had to get a plebeian, a nice middle-aged 10 a.m. swim in rather than an old man 7 a.m. swim. Hi from my work. Hi, work. Hello. Hi, Lumella. Hi, K-Bell. Hello, Pixels. Hello, hello. Hero, you're a menace. Stop it. Hello, beautiful people of the internet. How's it going? Welcome to stream. I'm being bullied. You don't even pay rent. I'm being bullied. How are y'all doing? Hello, hello, hello. Oh, capital D colon. Capital D colon is the best emote on this website, and it's not even close. The problem is it gets used against me a lot these days. It's used against me a lot. Hey, we're an hour early for some people, depending on where you live. Time has not changed for me. Time. You only have so much. But time has maybe changed for some of you. Not if you're in the States, not if you're in many other places, but I think some people over 6 hours after us are now only 5 hours after us. How was Phasmophobia? It was amazing. It was a lot of fun. I had very little energy, and yet it was still a great time. All right, dogs. You can get some treats. These treats come from Carly, Oliver, and Marsh, the winners of the race. We got one good screen from Ryan. And then my wife said, "Keep it together. Our daughter is about to be asleep." Did you just see that shark attack? Did you see this great white shark? Ah! Shake. Shake. Good boy. Shake. Good boy. Oh, that was a good shake, Hero. That was a good shake. You also stole one of Kingsley's treats, like a meanie. So this is to Kingsley. You see that? Hero got 4, Kingsley got 2 because he's a menace and a stealer and a thief. Straight to jail. Straight to jail. He looked at me like, "Wait, did I actually do something wrong?" You're good. You're good, buddy. You're good. Straight to jail. I haven't seen a Satisfactory stream in a week. How's it been? Hey, good news. I don't think you've missed anything. It was probably about a week ago that we last played it. Yeah, I think you're up to speed. The last couple weeks, I've only been able to play it once, which is not my preference, but that's the schedule I have been granted by our overlord above and our overlord in the other room. Our lord above and our overlord in the other room. Oh, what's with the hair color? My Twitch chat, the people hanging out in the community right now, raised $10,600 for charity, and I told them if they raised $10,000 that I would dye my hair, whatever color they wanted. So that's what happened. They did it. We're double early today. Oh my God, Ella, you're so right. It's double early. I was like 4 minutes early, and then also an hour early because of daylight savings time for some people. Hi, beautiful purple Ryan and chat of the internet. Oh, I like that. Hello, beautiful purple of the internet. Hi, Fiststand. How's it going? Even with the new schedule, I'm still behind on Soma. Shame on you. Can we all shame Marsh in the chat? Shame on you. Shame. For shame, Marsh. How dare you? For shame. Capital D colon. I wish I could capital D colon to you guys. I feel like capital D colons are a one-way street these days. Hi, Steven, by the way. Hi, Deku. Cheese Mood, thanks so much for the sub. How you doing? Thank you. 16 months. How is that even possible? How have you been here for longer than like 6 months? How? You can do it with your face. Capital D colon. It needs to be sadder than that. We should make an emote just called little into capital D or something like that. Nick was watching the VOD for Phasmophobia to join here. Hello. Phasmo was a lot of fun. We played, for those of you who missed it, we played Phasmophobia last night with the moderators, with Matt, Tony, Carly, Meg, Evo, and Tony, which was a great time. I want to do it again. Hi, Oliver. How you doing? Hi, Milkman. The Milkman. I love 2% milk. How we all doing today? Hi, Tony. Hello. Speak of the devil. And he shall appear. Are you guys, what percentage of milk are you a fan of? I'm a big, I'm a big 2%, but I'll drink 1% if I need to. I'll drink skim if I need to. I'll drink whole. I'll drink whatever I have to. But it's probably like 2-1 whole skim is the tier. 2-1 whole skim. I'm lactose intolerant. Technically, you're lactase persistent. And that is a 5-year-old stream reference. 5 years ago on stream, I learned from my wife that no one is lactose intolerant. It's technically that you're lactase persistent. I use cashew milk, but I prefer oat milk. Good on you, first off. I'm good with everything except for fat-free. I don't know if I've ever even had fat-free milk. Is that different than skim? Catilla, I just called you Cat. Catilla, I just have the same question. Is skim and fat-free the same thing? Where I live, they call it fat-free. Hold up, let me do a quick little Google. Steven says, "What's your favorite Factor meal?" I really liked a oh shoot, what's it called? It's a great question. I like any of the like pasta stuff. What is that called? Sorry, I have not had enough sleep. I was up very early with our daughter. What is that called? What was I Googling? Skim milk. I think that's the same. It says 0%. It says fat free. Yeah. Okay. So skim and fat and skim and fat free must be the same. Yeah. There's a misperception that skim milk contains water to reduce the fat content, but that is not the case. I'll be honest with you. I had that misperception. I will be honest with you. I had chicken pot pasta today. I hope you enjoyed it. I really hope you enjoyed it. In France, we have whole milk, half cream milk, and skim milk. That's all there is to choose from. I mean, I think that's basically what we have with one extra option. We have fat-free, aka skim. We have whole, and then rather than half cream, we have 1 or 2. That's not all that different. We just have more options. Freedom. The freedom to choose what type of milk you want to drink. I also thought that skim milk has water in it. Yeah. Not that I spend much time thinking about skim milk exactly, because who would drink skim milk? Ryan, I've lived in the US. An entire aisle of milk is crazy. I don't know where you're shopping, but we don't have an entire aisle of milk. We got a lot of milk. And you'll never find a bigger milk fan than me. I would go, that would be my super, I would go on a like some people can win like pie eating contests. Mine would not be like the quantity of milk drank in a 5-minute period, but I could probably do numbers on I could probably win a how much milk do you drink in a year contest. How many glasses of milk would you say you have a day? How many ounces of milk would you say you have a day? Let's do that. I have a number in my head of how many ounces of milk I have a day. 0, 0, 0. There are 4 people who just typed 0 in chat. Love that. Love that so much. How many ounces of milk do you think I drink a day? I've asked 2 separate questions now, and the answers are going to be really confusing. I know a guy who drinks 2 gallons of milk a week. Is it my dad? My dad drinks, it takes about 3 days to get through a gallon of milk for my dad. Ryan, you think Oliver thinks that Ryan drinks 16 ounces of milk a week, 20 ounces, 24. None of you have gone high enough yet. 24 ounces is a lot of milk for those of you. It's less than 50. I probably drink around 30 to like 32 probably. I don't know. That may be a good day. There are days where I only drink like a glass of milk. The real problem, here's the problem. The real problem is that I can't drink milk before I run. So if my run happens in the morning, then I can have milk for lunch, milk for an afternoon snack, milk for dinner, milk for a bedtime snack. I prefer getting my daily dairy in the form of cheese. Cheese is God. You're right. Cheese is great. The fact that you're a milk boy is a beige flag for you. I mean, first off, my dad drinks probably 1.5 times as much milk as I do a day. My dad, without roasting him, my dad has also recently learned he is diabetic and currently weighs approximately 330 pounds. So he does drink more milk than me. I drink a little bit less than that. I also was raised like my first babysitters that I went to when I was 3 months old, up until the time I was 6 years old, was an Amish family who owned a dairy farm. Like the milk I drank there was like, it wasn't pasteurized. That's all I'll say. That shit was straight from the cow. I think they actually have like a filter. It comes like from the cow. I think there's a filtering process and like something else, but like not the raw milk. Raw milk. Tub knows the lore. Did you know that Ryan spoke another language because of his Amish babysitters? Before I learned English, I learned Pennsylvania Dutch. It's true. Like I don't know if it was my first words, but like I had a larger vocabulary at one point in my life in Pennsylvania Dutch than I did in English. Because I was like 2 years old running around an Amish farm knowing the words for... I think my mom also asked them to use English around me as much as possible because she was worried I wouldn't learn English. Joke's on her. I got a master's degree in creative writing. Anyways. I think 30 is probably the right call. Pennsylvania Dutch is like German. I think it has a Germanic root. I believe that's true. Like many of the, like, it's closer to German than Dutch, that's for sure. I believe. Hi, David. How we doing? Maybe Ryan is the way he is because he drank too much raw milk as a child. What do you mean by that? I was going to agree, but before I agree, what do you mean? Explain to me what you mean. Explain to me what that means exactly. And then I'll tell you whether or not I agree. Tub was here. Keep talking, nobody explodes. Anyways, how's your day going? For those of you I didn't catch last night on the stream, how was your weekend? How you doing? Cable's a grandma now. Cable, are you still up in Georgia? Or are you back home? I want to sleep, man. Same, dude. Hi, Sven. How we doing? Do not cite the deep magic to Tub. He was there when it was written. Came home Sunday. Dope. I wouldn't ask that. Uh-oh. Elo is nauseous and tired, but okay. Are you on the way up? Are you on the way? Are you on the way feeling better? Cable says it sucked leaving. No, I understand. I now understand. I get it now. I'm replaying Fallout New Vegas for the first time in 10 years. That game is good. Look at that. Whereabouts in the game are you? We inch ever closer to closing on our new house. We have one underwriter who's now my sworn nemesis, but we think we've escalated above her and bypassed her. Oh my God, Caitlin, not to make this about me. First off, congrats on being so close to your new house. As of this morning, I also now have a nemesis. I walked out of the YMCA, the gym that I go to swim at today, every day or every week. Today, saying to myself, I have a real life nemesis that is not Zoe in a video game. I have a real life nemesis now. Remind me to tell that story later. I should tell it while we're doing Satisfactory because I think it's a funny story. Funny because I want to punch someone. Funny because I'm about to murder a man in a game. I'm kidding. Funny because I'm about to lose it. Did someone steal your reserve swim lane? Who took your towel? Oh, Lord. Never give people free rent in your head. This dude's living there. He's living there. Don't get caught killing him or else we won't have stream. Amazing. What does your nemesis do? Mine is refusing to accept our income the way that everyone else definitely does. Oh, God. Oh, God. Cable says, I felt that gut punch of when he moved to Georgia all over again. I just want to be there. Aw. I'm sorry. I hope, and I think I hope that you will get a chance to visit earlier than you planned, like as early as possible. I got a nemesis too. It's my manager at work. My nemesis is somewhere teaching. I bet his nemesis had pasteurized milk as a kid. One day I will meet my nemesis. I don't have one yet. Fuck it. I'll just tell the story right now. I feel like I should just tell the story right now. I'll just tell the story right now. First off, this whole thing makes me think of exclamation D20 in the chat. This whole thing makes me think of a certain campaign from Dimension 20 where one of the characters has a like a nemesis alert. Like he pays for a service which will tell him, it will alert him to the fact when someone somewhere in the world declares that this person is their nemesis. So if you wrong someone and all of a sudden they decide they're going to get revenge, you get a little pop-up that says like, aha, you've been added as a nemesis to so-and-so. Yes, exactly. And so I just think about this every time. So I have a nemesis. The person, it's this dude at the Y where I swim. And he's probably basically been my nemesis for like a month or two now. But today I decided to make it official. I'm going to file some paperwork with the county. I'm gonna file some paperwork with the state of Indiana and get us listed as like registered dual partners, so that the next time I see him, I can smile and be kind, because I don't actually ever do confrontation at all. So long story short, the Y where I swim has two pools. One is an activity pool. One is like a lap swimming pool. This doesn't really matter other than to say that like the lap swimming pool is like a lot of hours of the day are dedicated with lanes and places for you to go and swim laps, right? It also very occasionally gets used for other things, but it's mainly a lap pool. The lap lanes are in. They have lifeguards. They have it as a reserved lap lane space. But here's the deal. The geriatric people of my part of Indiana what they like to do for hobbies, and I'm not shitting on them for it. I think it's great. What they like to do for a hobby, many of them, is they go and they do I think the class is literally called geriatric aquatics. That's not me using geriatric as a insult. I think it's literally called it. Probably it's not. Probably it's a different word. But they like to go and I, all for it. Go for it. It's like 60 people, average age at least 65. And they get in the pool and they have like floaties. They have like little floating weights. They do low impact stuff in the pool. I'm a big fan. They have an instructor. They do their exercises. They tread water. They build strength. Honestly, truly a great thing. And 99% of these 60 people I encounter as I'm lap swimming and they're about to start their programming, and they're awesome. They're great people. However, there's one motherfucker who I will not forget about this person. He lives rent-free in my head. There's one motherfucker who has ruined a number of my swims, and today did not ruin my swim, but ruined like 3 other people's swim while I sat there and watched. And it's finally time. I'm spilling the beans. Here's what happens. This class goes from 11. Sorry. Yeah. Goes from 11 to 12. Technically, the class goes 11 a.m. to 11:55. Before that, there are 4 lanes. Diagram this pool setup for us. There are 4 lanes, and back in the day, you didn't have to do this, but now you do, and I think it's probably because of this motherfucker. Once again, there are 4 lanes, and you have to reserve a spot online in one of the lanes. Microsoft Paint. Do I have Paint? If I have Paint, I'll do it right now. Paint? I have to reserve a spot in one of the lanes. I do have Paint. Let's fucking go. Okay. Hold up. We got to undo it all. Okay. So we got pool, right? Hold up. We can do this really special. Pool? No, we need a fill. Shit. I've never used Paint. Can you tell? How do I edit this color? How do I edit the second color? Okay. God damn it. It's not working. How do you fill? Does anybody know how to fill right here? Solid color. That's the pool. Perfect. Here's the pool. Front seat question. Back seat me on the paint. Okay, so here's the pool. So here's what we got. We'll go brush. We'll go lane lines like this. No, shit. Okay, we'll go like this. Lane lines. 90% of the time, the pool is like this. So we got lane 1. Oh, Lord. 2, 3, and then 4. And 4 is interesting. 4 is a little different. 4 has a walkway, a set of steps right here to make it more accessible to everyone. It also has a lift right here to help people into and out of the pool with a little harness. Cool. So 4 is not exactly a lap swimming lane. However, 96% of the day, a lift, like to help people in and out of the pool who cannot get in and out themselves or without help. The lift is broken. The lift has been broken. The lift has been broken for the year that I've been a member here. The lift doesn't work, which is its own problem, but the lift is broken. Not ADA accessible. Here's the thing. For 99.9% of the day, can I do it? Can I do like a dotted line? Oh, wait. How do we get fancy? How do we do a dotted line? I could just draw it dotted. For 99.9% of the day, this is for swimming, and then this. This lane right here is split in half. If you want to like aqua jog, you do this part up here. And if you want to swim, you get this part of the lane. This is how the pool works 99.9% of the time. However, between the hours of 11 and 11:55 a.m., you take down the lane lines. So these red lines come out. And it becomes a pool for all of the geriatric people, all of the seniors in the area to do their thing, right? That's at 11. So technically, lap lane swimming ends at 10:55. Do you think I'm being a stickler on the details here? Well, I have to be because of my nemesis. At 10:55 a.m. Let's write that down. 10. We'll use a different color for time. We'll use just black for time. No, Jesus. Oh, Jesus Christ. At 10:55 a.m. So this is me. Let's draw me. I'll be purple because of my hair. This is me. Actually, this is me in this lane. I'm swimming. These are my kickers. These are my arms. I'm swimming. My last arm is very big. I'm swimming from 10 a.m., 10:05, 10:10, etc., etc., etc. I'm swimming. I don't have to worry. I'm going to be done by 10:55. Frankly, I'm going to be done by about 10:48. I have time. Here's the problem. 10:30, in walks my fucking nemesis. 10:30, in walks my nemesis. And this is not me being rude. This is just me drawing proportionally. No, I probably shouldn't. Okay. We'll make him a stick figure as well. This is my nemesis. He wears shades indoors. That's fine. No judgment. He looks like a kind guy. He's a nice guy. He's not a nice guy. He walks in at 10:30. Now, I know for a fact that he is not registered to swim because I look at the registration list. Listen. I know he's not registered to swim because I am registered to swim. Months ago, no one had to register for any of this shit. It was all free. Where's the marker? It was all free for all. No longer. These days, you have to register for a lane, and they have 3 spots per lane. So there's 3 spots here, 3 spots here, 3 spots here, and 1 on this little side lane. There's 10 slots for swimming. I booked my time online. I'm registered for swimming. I had a swim appointment. The people on chat last night were giving me shit about the fact that I had a swim appointment. So months ago, before I knew any better, here's what would happen. Before there was registration, here's what would happen. I'd be swimming in lane 3. I'd be going back, and I'd be going forth. This guy comes in at 10:30. He walks over here. Okay, we should really draw this. Here is the lifeguard stand. This is the lifeguard stand. He walks over. He walks to the lifeguard stand, and he talks to the lifeguard. This is my first time ever encountering my nemesis. This was probably 2-3 months ago. He talks to the lifeguard. I'm just swimming. I'm minding my own business. He looks nice. He's got shades on. He's got a big smile on his face. He's got a very low voice, and he takes up a lot of space personality-wise. He's a big personality. I finish my lap, and I get a word from the lifeguard. Hey, will you scoot over a lane? Absolutely. Sure. Am I in the wrong spot? I don't know what I'm doing here. Sure. I move over a lane. Yeah, absolutely. I move over. This is at 10:30. I've never felt smarter about anything than I do about requesting you do this in paint. I don't know how I could have told this story without paint. So I move over. It's 10:30. That was too much of a zoom. All of a sudden, 10:45 happens. The lifeguard pops over to say, hey, will you move over again? Yeah, I had this lane all to myself. This lane had another person in it, but I'm happy to share a lane. Absolutely. I go, yeah, sure. I move over again. It's 10:45. At 10:50, all of these lanes are removed, and my nemesis is sitting right here. Where's my marker? Where's my thing? My nemesis is sitting right here, hand on the lane. This is 10:50. Hand on the lane, ready to unhook it. I'm swimming. I'm getting a little weirded out, but I'm swimming. At 10:50, he's sitting there, hand on the lane, and he stops me in the middle of my lap. He's on the far end. That's not where I stop. I stop down here to take a break. He stops me on the far end and says, hey, it's 10:50. You need to get out of the pool. And like the sane person that I am, I assume, oh, shit. Okay. This guy works here. There was a rule I was not aware of. The on-screen celebration. Thank you, Steven. Okay. The guy works here. Absolutely. I had 100 yards to go. It would have taken me 2 minutes. I thought I had till 11. I guess that wasn't true. So sure, I get out. I come back over and I get out. The guy was rude to me, but rude in his delivery, but that's totally fine. I get out. I see him say something to the other person in my lane too. And that person looks very huffy and gets out of the pool too. I don't think about it. The next day I come back. Two days later, I come back. The exact same thing happens, but this time I'm ready. The whole timeline. 10:30, the guy walks in. 10:40-ish, he asks people to move out of these top lanes. 10:50, he is sitting there, all the lane lines are pulled, and he asks me to get out. This time I'm prepared. I say, oh, I'm super sorry. I think I have the pool until 10:55. I've checked online. I've checked the schedule. 10:55. I think I have till 10:55. He goes, oh, no, that's not true. And I said, oh, are you sure? He goes, I'm sure. We have a class at 11, and we get the pool from 10:50 to 11 to set up. Hey, the guy speaks with utter confidence. Who am I to assume that just because I saw something online, I don't know, I've only been swimming here for like 4 or 5 months. Maybe I have the wrong idea a second time. I get out of the pool. I go. I talk to the director of the whole program, the whole pool program. She's there that day. She's working. She's in a little office over like here with a window that she can see. I get out of the pool. I end my thing early. I walk in there and I was like, hey, I really am super sorry to bother you. I just wanted to double check. How long do we have the pool for to lap swim before this 11 a.m. class? And she gives me a look. And I'm like, oh no, I'm fucking wrong. I'm being that guy. I'm so scared of being this guy. I don't want to be this guy. I don't like sending my food back to the kitchen after I get it delivered at a restaurant. I don't want to be that guy. I'm like, oh no, I'm wrong. And she goes, you have till 10:55. Why? And it was in that moment that I knew. In that why, I knew I wasn't the first person. I certainly wasn't the first person. I said, oh, well, that's what I thought. And she gives me a look, and it's starting to be apologetic. And I go, that's what I thought. And she goes, is anyone giving you trouble? And I said, I got told to get out of the pool. I thought I maybe had the wrong time. I just wanted to check. And she goes, oh no. And she goes, I'll double check with the lifeguards that everybody knows 100% that this is true, but the lap swimmers have it until 10:55. You can't be kicked out of your out of your lane before 10:55. I said, sounds good. In my head that day going home, I'm sitting there, I'm coming up with the arguments. In the shower later, I'm thinking, what would I tell him? What would I tell him? Hey, I don't know that you work here. And I just talked to the person who runs this place. And she said I'm good. So I run through the conversations in my head. I do it all. The next week, this is all a month ago, by the way. We aren't even caught up to the same day. The next week, here's what happens. 10:30, guy gets in the pool. I'm in lane 3 because at this point, when I walk into the YMCA, I take this lane because I know they're going to try and shove us down. But I'm not going to be held down. Lane 3 is my lane. Is it the best lane in the pool? No, but it's the one that he's about to push me out of first. So I'm putting my foot down. This is where I plant my flag. This is where I stay. 10:30, he walks in, talks to the lifeguard. Lifeguard shakes his head. I'm sitting there. I'm pulling my swim cap up. I'm listening. I'm like, I've got to hear this shit. What's he saying? I can't hear it. I can't hear it. The guy sits right here this time until 10:50. And then at 10:50, he yells to the entire pool. He's right there. I'm right here. He yells. I should do that in purple. Across the entire pool. It's 10:50. You guys got to get out. It's time for our class. And he starts to remove the lane marker. And I say, I don't think that's true. And this lifeguard, let me do a recreation of this lifeguard. Andy, that's not true. She marches in. Andy, that's not true. They have until 10:55. His response? Well, you better get swimming. That's only 4 minutes left. I look at her and I go, I have till 10:55, right? She goes, you do. I said, great. She goes, how many laps do you have left? And I said, 2. She goes, you have plenty of time. Nemesis Andy. Andy is my nemesis. So that day, it's all fine, right? I got a lifeguard who's ready to throw fucking bows for me. I stay in that pool until 10:54 and 30 seconds. Of course, when I do that, here's what happens. We'll use green to mark the geriatric people. The geriatric people line the pool. There are literally 60 of them. And this is why I'm like, you will never catch me in the pool at 10:55. I will be out at 10:54 every single day. Because there are 60 of them. Like, they're using the pool for a huge thing. Of course, like, I'm going to get out of the way. However, I'm not going to be told by a person who doesn't goddamn work there that I need to get out of the pool. You're being swarmed, literally. Like, they're taking all their floaties. They're, like, putting them in the way on the outside of the thing. And it's fine. Like, I'm not that worried about it. I'm going to swim my laps. I'm going to get out. It ain't that serious. I'm doing it for a little bit of exercise. That day, she's got my back. 10:54, I get out of the pool. I give a smile to all the people. Here's the best part about that whole day. 60 geriatric people, and then there's Andy trying to take down the lap lanes, right? And he's complaining loudly the entire time. Like, when I take a break between those laps, he's talking. He's talking the lifeguard's ear off. Be like, it shouldn't be this way. We should be able to prep the thing. We should be able to... But here's the deal. When I get out of the pool that day, I put on my smiliest face, my most polite face. I'm nodding at all the people on my end of the pool. Sorry, I'm getting out of your way. They're all super kind to me. And I look around the pool as I grab my towel, I start to dry off. I look around the pool, and it's 59 embarrassed seniors about to do their 1-hour social swim for the week. And one pissed off guy. They are all looking at him like, this guy. Like, it's that thing where you've got one person just absolutely raging and everybody else being like, this is too much, right? This is too much. And I just know in that moment, I'm like, you may not be saying something, but I'm looking in I'm meeting eye to eye with all these seniors, and I'm like, you get me. You get me. You know who the real enemy is here. So I thought this solved the whole issue, right? The lifeguard came to my defense. We're good. Like, this, Andy's learned his lesson. We have till 10:55. We've learned our lesson. Fast forward a month. In that month, the lap lane system gets added, like the lane reservation system gets added, and you better believe I'm reserving every single time I go to the pool. Maybe some people aren't, but I'm reserving. Because if I ever get there and Andy's like, you got to get out of the pool, I'm going to be like, I got a motherfucking reservation right here that says 10 to 10:55 a.m. And you better be goddamned if you think I'm getting out any earlier than 10:54. So this morning, I was supposed to swim at 7 a.m. Our daughter decided she had other plans. So I've been up since like 6. I get to the pool. I'm ready to swim. I get there a little late. I get there at like 10:10. But here's the deal. My reservation's still good. And there are a lot of other people who have also reserved spots. There are 10 spots in the pool. 3, 3, 3, and 1. And there are 10 reservations. So it's going to be a little sketchy. I know that. I get there late. I'm the last person to arrive. My reservation's still good, whatever. I ask one of the kind people right here if we can do a circle swim, aka it's not a circle jerk. It's where you swim in a circle. That way you don't run into each other. You don't like flip turn into each other. They're super kind. They're like, actually, we're together. We'll take the right side. You take the left side all to yourself. I'm like, oh, that's super kind of you. Thank you. Thank you. Really kind of you. I swim. I got there late, right? My swim would normally take around 50 minutes. I got there late, and I think, okay, I know what I have to do. I have to cut my swim short because there's no way I'm going to go past 10:55. I start swimming. 10:30. Guess who walks in? He's got nothing better to do for the 25 minutes before his class starts. Guess who walks in? He immediately walks over to the, you know the path by now. He walks over to the lifeguard. Shout out to the poor, unfortunate soul who is the one person swimming in lane 4, because this is where the seniors like to gather if they want to get in the water before the class actually starts. The system's been up for a month, but he immediately walks in, goes to the lifeguard, and convinces the lifeguard that the person in lane 4, this solo, needs to move out of the lane. This poor lifeguard's like 18 years old. This person gets sent in the middle of her workout. She's a good swimmer too. She gets sent over to lane 1 to join 3 other people. So now they have 4 people in that lane. And I'm sitting there like, I'm listening as much as I can between my reps. And I'm like, this motherfucker, I don't think that's how that works. I don't think that's how that works. We get to be, but she says, sure, I'll do it. She goes over there. Everybody's a good sport in the pool. They all do that. Some other seniors start to arrive. 10:40 arrives. I'm actually swimming in this lane right here. So this is me. But it gets down to where there are 3 people in lane 1, 3 people, one of which is me, in lane 2, and 1 person in lane 3. And I'm sitting there thinking, oh, this is fantastic. There's 15 minutes left. It's 10:40, right? There's 15 minutes left. I'm going to honestly pop over to this lane so that we all have more space because of this lovely couple who's given me a bunch of space. If I pop over there, or maybe the person who moved all the way over here can move over and she can get a lane to herself for her workout. Oh no, Andy won't have that. Andy pops over right here and starts talking to this person saying, hey, the lifeguard says you need to move down to lane 1 as well. You need to move down to lane 1 as well. And this is where, once again, the lifeguard, the very same lifeguard, marches in and screams from like over here on the pool deck, Andy. And he goes, what? And she goes, they have until 10:55. And he starts complaining. And this is what happens. He starts complaining and he says, well, they're in our lane, lane 4. They can't be there. After he's already bullied a person out of the lane. And she has to patiently go over there and be like, hey, Andy, for the last 30 days, one person can be there. You guys have to use the side of the lane. They get to use this part of the lane. They 100% can. I'm sitting there with glee on my face. I'm trying not to smile, but I'm listening to this whole thing the entire time. I'm like, Andy's fucking getting it today. Andy's getting it. He's getting kicked out. He's going to be out of here. Get him out of here. Kick him out. I'm listening to the whole thing. She's going in on him. It all settles down. It's all fine. It's all fine. They actually move a person back to this lane to say, fuck you, Andy. You do have a spot. So that's good. That's good. Then this happens again. At 10:50, they're still talking, Andy and this lifeguard. And Andy says, it's time for them to get out. It's 10:50. Andy says, no, they have till 10:55. Or sorry, lifeguard says, no, they have till 10:55. I'm sitting here just like, I'm watching the whole thing. I have like 2 minutes left in my workout, but I'm watching the whole thing. Lifeguard, Andy, back and forth, back and forth. Lifeguard starts to walk away. Andy just keeps saying stuff. Lifeguard says to Andy, and this is across the entire pool. If I had to draw it, it's like this. This is where the lifeguard is standing. These are the sound waves right over my ear. These are the sound waves of what she's saying to get to Andy. She screams across the entire pool deck, Andy, stop telling me how to do my fucking job. I'm like I'm like I'm like shaking in my boots. I'm so happy right now. Andy's getting it. My nemesis is getting it. Andy, stop telling me how to do my fucking job. She also, like 2 seconds later, makes the comment to me, he doesn't work here. No, he has no authority here. Do not listen to him. But here's the problem. He still has bitched and complained so much that like 3 people have left the pool a little bit early. Like the person who got kicked down to lane 1, when they were in lane 4, that person just quit their workout. I talked to her in the middle of her workout. She just quit. She was like, I come here to relax. And she was getting out of the pool. And I was like, this fucking, he doesn't work here. He doesn't even go here. So anyways, I stayed in the pool until 10:54:59 today. And next week I'm gonna get kicked out of the YMCA because I'm staying until 10:56. He's my nemesis. I even with him getting what he had coming for him, I'm still like, guys, we got to kick this guy out. Like, we got to kick this guy out of here. He can't be allowed to come back because he's ruining everything. He's ruining it for all of us, right? He doesn't work there. He still comes there just to tell people to move. It's true. Lock Andy out. We gotta take his card. We probably ought to take his car keys, and we definitely need to take his YMCA card. So anyways, I have a nemesis now. I have a real life Andy from Indianapolis nemesis. Check the obituaries. Just kidding. I probably the next time I see him, I'll say, hey, how are you doing? Because I try to be polite in person. But if he kicks me out of my fucking lane again, it's over. It's over. It's fucking over. I'll go ballistic on his ass. I'll do it. I would never physically confront a person, but I will go ballistic and tell the teacher. I will tell the teacher 100%. Make this into a YouTube video. What, this Word, this Paint document? Ryan's crashing out. It's maybe that I haven't slept enough, but I'm absolutely crashing out. Anyways, I've got a nemesis. 10:55 a.m. Catch me in the YMCA throwing emotional bows with Andy. It's true. Should I save this? I should probably save this image, right? I just came in. What's happening here? Hi, Mud. How's it going? I have a nemesis now, and I made it, we're joking about it, but also this guy frustrates me so fucking much. How are people like this? That's what I don't understand. How are people like this? Ryan, you need to assert dominance and stay a minute over. Honest to God, I'm one of those people. I'm walking through life.
Welcome to the cult.
Christine Mallard, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Honest to God, I'm one of those people. I'm walking through life. My advice, like if I had to raise my daughter on this situation in a couple years when she can speak and hear and understand language, what I'll be saying is like, your goal in this situation is to remember, like this is water, right? Like your goal in this situation is to not villainize, demonize, to not think the worst of this person. Your goal is also to zoom out and remember the perspective. They got 60 people whose only exercise every week is these 2 times a week classes. I don't know that they don't get other exercise, but it's important exercise. It's like, it's good PT. Water stuff is great. We can all share the pool. The goal is we all get to do what we want to do. That's the stuff I'd be saying. But I cannot keep saying it in my own mind. I'm losing my ability to do it. He's lonely or he has very little control over his own life. Who knows? But I will say, my version of that, RuneSnips, is this. My version of that is this. I think you're probably right. I think that guy is probably living in his own version of hell. I think being inside of his brain must be anything but pleasurable, anything but like, that's not the kind of person you sit there and like, he doesn't go to bed at night being like, I feel content. I have to believe that. I have to deep down believe that. I must. Because otherwise, then the fuckers win, you know? Ugh. I just joined stream for the first time. That story made my day. Anyways, let's play some Satisfactory.
You don't get this kind of content anywhere else, and lol.
You don't. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, but you don't. Freya, thanks so much for the tier 3. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hi, Freya. How you doing? A content person isn't going to do what Andy does. You think he's fulfilled? If he was fulfilled, there's no way that pool thing would be happening. There's no way. But maybe I have too much of that in me, right? Maybe I have too much of the desire to be like, I don't know, what's his deal? Maybe he's a widower. Like maybe this is his thing. I've got other things. The swimming is just like it's a nice thing that can happen for me twice a week. If it doesn't happen, it's totally fine. My life is good. Maybe this is Andy's thing. Maybe this is his Roman Empire. Thank you for the lunchtime story for Chris and I. Sorry for all the screaming. I hope you're having a great lunch. Hi, Liz. Hi, Chris. How you guys doing? Exclamation Andy, for sure. How you doing? How you doing? Chris, how you feeling after that big old 12-hour stream? Oh my God, tell Xena happy birthday for me as well, Liz. I loved the updates on Twitter. And the costume. I did see the costume. I haven't seen every costume, but I saw one costume. I don't know that I've seen all the others. We're awesome. What about you? Mine is Andy. I'm pretty good. Honestly, it's been a little bit of a stressful week. Like I've not slept a lot I've slept fine, but like not enough this week. So it's been a little bit of a up and down, but honestly, doing okay. Doing okay. I'm back to exercising, which is good. I took like a break the week of Spooktober, partner week. I took a break so that I could sorry, I'm trying to save something. So that I could focus on that. Now we're back to it. And it's a good thing I got the exercise because I need the serotonin to offset the Andy, you know? Ryan, you need to apply for that lifeguard position, then he'll be wide-eyed when he walks in. You got your hands full with a cutie baby? Yeah. She is a handful. Oh. I need that just after going to Walmart. Yeah. Oh my God. Similar vibes, frankly. The Walmart and the Walmart and the Y have similar vibes. Chris, thank you. Thank you, Chris. Thank you. How you doing? It's good to see you both. I hope you're doing great. Andy's everywhere in Walmart. It's true. Andy's everywhere. Lambrecht, cheers to you for suggesting the Microsoft Paint, by the way. Anyways, let's play some Satisfactory. Ain't nothing that a good bit of factory game can't solve, right? Liz, did I see that you are playing BioShock now on YouTube? Is that right? I ask if that's right. I'm like 99% sure I'm right. I think I saw it on Twitter. It's been amazing so far. Okay, so question for you. Are you playing... I have not played BioShock. Are you playing BioShock is the one that it's like 1-2 infinite, is that right? Gamers, if you're on my side of things and you aren't already following Liz, what are you doing? You should be. You should be. And I will also... I don't think you can do both shoutouts, but you should also follow Chris. And I think there'll be a link in chat. Nope. It's not working. Can do another in 10 minutes. There's got to be a link, right? It's got to be. It can't be that hard to. It can't be that hard to find. I can find the link. There it is. We'll just spam that. We'll just spam this. There you go. Oh shit! I just started playing Chris's stream in the background. I was like, "What is that music?" Oh, of course, I'm following Liz and Chris. Part of the cool club. Part of the cool club. That was his stream. Yeah, I accidentally started playing it. That's so funny. Oh boy. Is Andy the male version of a Karen? I feel so bad if people have a if people are named Karen but they're actually kind. That's sort of the cruelest fate, right? What a cruel twist. I'm sure there's like a fantastic person out there named Karen. And they're just suffering at the hands of other people. You know? Oh! Liz. That's so sweet of you. You don't have to do that. Thank you. Thank you for the 100 bits. Holy crap. Thank you. My best friend's name is Karen. Thank you, Liz. Thank you. So which of the Bioshocks are you playing, Liz? Is it 1? If it's your first game, right? Gotta be. I'd say being named Ryan is worse. Oh, great. Love that. I don't know. Can you imagine being named Sir Deku 7? First one. Great. I'm spamming chat. How dare you? How dare you? It's an absolute delight to see you. How dare you send more than one message at a time? All right, let's do some Satisfactory. I'm here. I got the music pulled up. Let's do it. I've mentioned the meme once by reminding her not to live up to her namesake. That makes sense. PPE. Oh shit, we gotta get the PPE on. It's PPE. It's purple protective equipment. It's purple. Yo, Liz, thank you for the 16 months.
Lilind Bob.
Let's go. Liz and Chris, do you guys have any Halloween plans? What are you guys up to? Any Halloween night plans? We're gonna be, I'm gonna take our daughter around, hopefully to some neighbors and to like, to see like her grandma. Halloween's tomorrow? It is. But I'm not sure if I'm gonna be like putting out candy or anything. Probably not. Ah, thanks for the hype train, guys. I'm dressing up as Guy Fieri. Oh my god. Gonna watch a movie later. Perfect. Guy Fieri. That's awesome. Hi, Xenon. Your hair is turning pink. It's turning pink. It's also just like, it's finally coming in brown. It's finally, the brown is here. My Halloween plans are the same as last year. Lights off, popcorn, and scary movie night. What movie are you watching? Is Aliens a scary movie? Oh shit, where's my headphone? I'm a mess. Liz XP on YouTube. You should go subscribe. You should go subscribe to Liz XP on YouTube. Listen, I'll get over my jealousy, I'll try and be a bigger, better person than I otherwise want to be. You should definitely go subscribe to Liz on YouTube. It's just that Liz has so many more subscribers than me these days. Listen, you should do it. I'll get over myself. I'll do it. Nah, Liz is killing the YouTube game. As is Chris, aka Dreamality. Liz has been putting in fucking work on YouTube. Chris too. It is honestly very motivating to me. It is very like, seeing my friends have success on YouTube is very motivating, and I'm like, I gotta get my shit together. Like, I gotta get going. I gotta get some more videos played. Cable's gonna watch Aliens because I'm tired of waiting for Ryan's movie night. All right, chat. Are you guys ready for Satisfactory? Are you ready? Are you hyped? Are you incredibly excited to see where the story of this factory game goes? The factory must grow. I don't know why I didn't read it. The factory must grow. Thank you, Milkman. Oh, hello. Beautiful people of the internet. We're back. We're back. It's Satisfactory. Listen, I don't know. It's been like a week since we last played. I think last time we were... Oh, yeah. Last time we were here. Freaking out about this bug that is not a bug. But is definitely a feature, for sure. 100% it's a feature. Last time, we put a lot of new things on the belt. On the bus, sorry. A lot of copper. We did some good research. We bought a little factory cart, which is hilariously bad. But it's okay. It's cute. Here, let me just get in it, and we can do our recap from the cart. Nope, that's not what I wanted to do. How do I unfold you? Nope. Okay. There we go. This is the big development of last time. We got a little cart we can drive. It's kind of fast. We should make a racetrack for it. Oh, God. That's too fast. And we were also trying to figure out, like, some of the intricacies of building a system like we're doing, including the, like... Basically, I really apparently have to pay attention to clipping and not clipping because my blueprint system really does not work if it is clipped in. So that's good to know. We also learned, I think basically what I should be doing here, what makes sense, is to build... Well, I don't know exactly how I should do it. But long story short, belts and splitters and mergers don't really connect the way that I would make them connect if I were building the game, but I'm not, so... That's the wrong one. So yeah. What's our plan for today? I don't know. I kind of want to just get everything on the belt that I can. On the factory that I can, on the bus. Because then we can start chucking stuff into the milestone. Why is the belt called a bus? I don't know shit about these factories. I think it's a thing from Factorio. A bus is just like a collection of a ton of belts that bus things, aka move them in large quantities down a central thoroughfare. Reason it's called bus specifically? I think just the idea of like moving a lot of people at once, or like moving a lot of quantity at once. Oh no, it's from electronics. From like circuit design? Is it from like from like PCB design? That is interesting. That's really interesting. I'm so excited for Dragon Age Veilguard releasing tomorrow. I've been blocking everything and everyone talking about it so I can get a clean opinion not muddled by critics or whatever. Ooh. You're gonna do a blind playthrough? That's interesting. I didn't know that. From PCBs. Okay, so we're doing reinforced iron plate. We need 5. God, this is just not going to work, is it? I'm so close to this. We should just redo this whole thing. This whole section right here. The thing that I'm internalizing from our conversation last time about like whether or not it's a bug or a feature, et cetera, is more so that I need to be thinking in terms of when I connect splitters to belts, I need to stop placing them down as if I am playing Factorio and things can only be sitting in a like perfect grid that perfectly connects or disconnects. I need to be like doing one thing, then the next, connecting it to the next.
Total as a member. Love you all.
Yo.
I'm sorry I haven't been able to hang out more, what with my classes and sucky internet.
Hey, that's okay. That's totally okay, Cypher. 2 whole years, thank you. Thank you, thank you. How you doing? I wonder if this is how I should do this. That should auto-connect, right? That's my guess. We're going to put one of these on every... And this will be used for, like, iron rods. And then we'll build the other thing around it so that it is not in the way. So here I need a full belt. And I wonder if I should place a splitter first. I think maybe the design mechanism that I should learn is like place a splitter first and then connect belts to it. That might be easier. Let's try that as a method. Place them first. Not entirely blind. I did watch some trailers, including a longish gameplay trailer, but definitely blind to other people's opinions. Great. Perfect. Oliver's going to lurk and work for a bit. Sounds good. Considering what BioWare has been through, I'm sure opinions will be controversial. I enjoyed some of their flops, so I learned to ignore between critics. Yeah, critics, I mean, critics can mean something. Sometimes they can just be mean. Sometimes they mean something. Sometimes they're just mean. Depends a little bit. Okay, this is a splitter. We need to line it up here. To line it up here, we want it to be on, what, this one right here? And then it needs to nudge up. I can't do that. Let's just place it. Control is not working. So this is where the system is not making sense. Is our big friend stuck again? Probably. Sick pink ride you got there? Thank you. I love it. This is maybe where I just build it here, then go from there. Like, what if I just do this? It's not going to be perfectly straight, I don't think, because I don't know that I built it on a... Like, if I hold control here, this is a merger. I actually want a splitter. If I hold control here, it is not linking to anything, which is a problem. I don't think that this links it to anything either. But let's just try that. We'll just try nudging, see if that does anything. Do this. Do this. Sorry, we should do... It's just a question of, like, I think one of the problems I'm having with this game, with the, like, designing my factory part of this game, is it's hard to know, like, I'm still figuring out what I draw first, basically. What I put down first, because if I put something down first, everything else will be based on that, and will be lined up with it. So, like, in this situation, I should probably build those, and then probably take it off the belt first, then just build piecemeal from there. I think. You haven't played Elden Ring? I've not played Elden Ring. You plan on playing it? I love your reaction to the game. I do plan on playing it, but I will not be playing it particularly soon, unfortunately. Because my goal is to play Dark Souls 2 and 3 still before I play it. Yeah, I played Dark Souls 1 this year, as you may have seen. So it's going to be a while, unfortunately. I hate to be the bearer of bad news. I've liked our method so far of playing most of the other stuff. Okay, so that should work, right? Hypothetically. Wait, but why isn't stuff coming off the belt? Oh, no. What do you mean? Oh, no. First off, hi, friend. Oh, no, guys. I'm sure you're going to enjoy it. I'm sure I am as well. What the fuck? What do you mean? Is the correct decision here just to redo it? I don't like that. It's not, I hate to use the word, it's not very satisfactory. It is working though. Okay, so now how do we line this up? Like here. Then it's like in the air. Invalid conveyor belt shape? What do you mean? No, hook to that. There we go. Can I ask someone who's not really been keeping up, with Satisfactory, what's going on? Yeah, so Satisfactory is like, I shouldn't even really compare it to another game. Satisfactory is a game where you arrive as an employee for a corporation. You arrive on this alien planet, and your job is to take the natural resources, turn them into stuff that you can send home. The way you send it home is this big, tall thing. That's a space elevator. My job is to take the natural resources, turn them into better resources through machines in a factory like I'm building right now, and ship it up into the sky. If you can make, like, that's taking raw resources, smelting it, turning it into better products, which get beginner products, get turned into intermediate products, get turned into other products. You need power to run the whole system. You need to do research on, like, the alien flora and fauna and what you find around here in order to better understand this world and be more productive. And you do all of that, and the way that your corporation, who you sweat and bleed and cry for, the way they reward you is that occasionally you get to purchase really fun. Does it have an inventory of 1? You get to purchase fun little toys. Like this cart. Elden Ring will be right after Tears of the Kingdom, which will be right after Silksong. To be fair, I think Tears of the Kingdom and Elden Ring have a way better chance of happening than Silksong. Love that. Thank you. Yeah, so what I'm doing right now is I'm trying to build... In the upper right, there's a bunch of materials that I'm trying to basically automate. In games like this, you're massively it behooves you to automate the creation of stuff and to make that automation, like, expandable. So currently, I am introducing one resource, these reinforced iron plates. I need to add the other one, which is iron rods. And I need... how many per minute? I need 1 thing per minute, so 1 belt per minute. We're going to take iron rods and put it on this belt somewhere. As soon as I find out where iron rods are. Hi, Frito Bandito. How's it going? Iron rods right here. Dope. I think, though, that I probably want a second belt. So to do that... Frito Bandito says, first time tuning in, I found you from the YouTube series, and the difference is quite large. We're getting there. We're getting a little bit better at this game. Not great, but we're getting there. Wonder if I should just build a ramp over this thing. I can't remember the button. There it is. It's Alt. I wonder if we should just ramp over this thing. Anyways, that's what I'm doing. That may be a little bit boring for stream, so we should find other things to talk about, but yeah. Welcome in, Frito Bandito. Oh, I know something we can talk about. I think, so I've been, for years now, I've been a very adamant defender of summer as the best season of the year. I don't know if I'm becoming like an old fuddy-duddy or something, but I'm starting to be convinced. Every time I say that, people in Twitch chat are like, you're an idiot. Fall is better. I'm starting to be convinced that maybe fall is better. So that's exciting. Fall is growing on me. I don't know if it's because like all with a... I don't know why it is. Maybe it's because I spent so much of the summer injured when normally I wouldn't, and that's a big win for me, but yeah, I don't know how to line this up without the thing. Probably like this. I don't know if it's the fact that I have a kid now and like fall with the kid is a lot of fun, and I was injured during the summer, but next you'll be drinking pumpkin spice lattes. The good news is I already liked pumpkin spice lattes, so I was already sort of a convert on that front. And you know what is really like leading the charge for me? Here's what's really leading the charge for me. I think it's Halloween. I think, hot take that I'm sure a million people have made a million times before. I think that Halloween with a child, even an infant who has no idea what they're doing, is amazing. So much better than Halloween as a double income, no offspring family, right? Halloween is so fun with a kid. Like last weekend I took Elle to see her grandma and her grandpa on my side of the family. In her costume. Did she have a good time? Not at all. Did both of her grandparents and her cousins, who were dressed up as both Spider-Man and Olaf from Frozen, did they have an amazing time? They had an amazing time. And I had a great time just like seeing them. It was great. Oh, this shit's overclocked. That's right. So what we really need to do here is just double this one and stop the overclock. So what we really need to do here is like take this up here. I don't know. I'm going to reserve my opinion for a little while still in terms of like I think it's possible that I'm still a summer boy at heart, but you know, I'm getting there. I think maybe fall could be my favorite in a year or two. It brings the magic back. I think your first Christmas will do it too. It's the same reason I love being a tour guide. Oh, I see the connection. You mean that you love being a tour guide because it's a person's first time in New York and they're, you know, the magic is there. Whereas you live here. Like, so it's not as magical for you, but you get to relive the magic. That makes total sense to me. We're going to stop the overclocking and just make this do 15 a minute, but then we'll double the production either way. Because there's no use in doubling it for this belt, which is just going to run the same. Anyways. I think. It brings back the magic that has faded for me. Yeah. No, that makes total sense. It should work. Okay. You should get iron ingots before too long. I think those will have to stockpile a little bit, but that's fine. Why are you going less than 100 though? See, that's the weird part. I need to scroll up because I missed a comment. Frito Bandito says, hey, I finished my 1.0 playthrough. Wanted to keep the fixation going. I found your series. Wanted to say that I've thoroughly enjoyed your problem-solving process. I literally cheered out loud when you figured out the power grid. Welcome in, Frito Bandito. I'm happy I could finally give you some pleasure after all that pain. The year Hannah went trick-or-treating and realized what was happening was so much fun, she just yelled, candy, as she ran from house to house. That's so cute. Fall is the best season. I love the colors and the vibes, except right now in France where it's been 20 degrees Celsius. Yeah, it is. The high today in Indiana is 80 degrees. So that's not very fall. Maybe that's why I love fall. It's global warming is making it 80 degrees. Maybe that's what's going on. Okay, so why is this not... Because I'm already drawing from it somewhere else. Okay. What the fuck is that? Oh my god, I thought there was a weird item on our belt. It's one of those birds. It's a flower bird. Oh my god, it's running away. That's magical, actually. Ryan, global warming is good for me personally. It's like that Postal Service song. Now we can swim any day in November. Okay, so maybe we need to up this. But here's the thing. Okay, one of our goals today. Here's my goal for today. By the end of today's stream, I am going to figure out... Let's add it to the list. I'm adding it first on the list. Miners. Question mark, question mark, question mark. The first item on the list today is miners. Because last time we went to one of the miners, and M-I-N-E-R-S, and we upped a ore patch that I thought was only going to give 30 per second. We made it give 60 per second, and that was so freaking confusing to me. That was so confusing to me. I don't get it. So... Okay, let's finish what we're doing, though, first, and then we'll go back to that. That's on our list of things to make happen. First, second thing second, let's do this. We need more iron ingots. They're over here. We're just going to make inefficient lines for now that don't use... oh, my God. Jump up, jump up, jump up. Jump up and get down. That don't give 60 belts, 60 items per minute on the belt, and then we'll backtrack and fix it later. So this is the new belt? No, where's the new belt? Yes, that's the new belt. Okay. New belt right there. Sorry, my brain is all over the place. Okay, right here. This belt. Wait, but I was making more iron rod. So this belt needs to be making more iron rod over here. Damn, I already hate my factory system, and I want to redo it. Wait, but it cuts off here. Wait, what's happening here? How does it cut off? What am I doing here? Nope, climb the thing. Sorry, I'm very confused right now. Oh my god, this is the thing I cut off earlier because I said... Oh no. I cut it off because I was like, we'll deal with this problem later. Now is later. I kicked a can down the road and it came back to bite me in the ass. All right, I guess we'll deal with the miner thing. Let's see if we can make this belt go Mark II. To do that, we will need to make a couple Mark II miners. Add it to the to-do list thing. Why isn't it going on the to-do list thing? Why isn't it going there? That face when you play Satisfactory. Games like this are all about kicking a can down the road and then regretting it later. Hi, Mog Demon. Hi, Shies. How we doing? Past Ryan is making present Ryan's life very hard. It's true. Why is this not working? Did we encounter this problem before? Hold up. I feel like we did. There it is. I have to maximize the recipe part. Nailed it. Okay. Dope. Okay. So I can take gas mask off the list. We need the ability to make probably like 3 minor Mark IIs and then a bunch of conveyor belt Mark II. And then do I have a minor Mark III? I don't think I do, right? No. Okay, well. Extraction rate varies based on resource node purity. I swear. We're celebrating Deepavali here at the Festival of Lights. Hell yeah, Shaz. Does that mean you're off work? Isn't it the worst when your past self messes up something for your present self? This is me when I don't go to bed on time and then I have to wake up early to do something the next day. Every single time I'm like, you absolute buffoon. What are you doing? You knew that you had to do this. I thought I was behind on the YouTube episodes, but I don't see any issues here or any progress here. Joke's on you. You were not behind. I just don't make progress. The worst thing when you can't blame anybody but yourself. It is bad. It is bad. Okay, so none of this shit is moving, so that's not going to help me, but... it's 60. I think I have it. I probably knew this at one point, but I probably forgot it. This is an impure, which my guess is that means it puts out 30 per minute. The Mark II, I was under the impression that the Mark II okay. Let me just say this out loud because it is dumb if I don't. I was under the impression that the Mark II, the Mark I gave out 30 and this one gave out 60. It's actually double that. This one was actually doing half of that. The only reason it's giving out 60 is because we put a Mark II on it. It should be giving out 120 if it was not impure. This is my theory. I don't know that I can test it yet because I don't know. I can't test impure, pure, and normal because, well, I don't know. I only have 2 types of miners so far. I don't know that they'll do anything. So I guess the real question is still, the WTF, let me put it to my to-do list. Impure equals 30. Difference between pure and normal? Question mark, question mark, question mark? That part I don't get. So I was right about the other thing, but I understand what impure does, but I don't know what the difference between the other two are. It can't be like 60 and 90, probably. Because the minor Mark I's only going to get 60 out no matter what. I don't know how that would be different. I don't know. I'm just talking out loud at this point. Get me out of here. Let's see what kind of node this is. If this is a pure node, then we can turn it into, or a normal node, we can turn it into 120 with some encased industrial beams and some modular frames. I'm out of here for a bit. Sounds good, Lumella. Thanks for dropping by. Encased industrial beams are made with concrete and steel beams, I think. I see no progress. That coffee mug is still full. It is. I keep not drinking it. I like having nobody to blame but myself. At least then I can do something to make it better. That's true. That's very admirable of you. I love being able to blame other people. great. The worst, though, is playing a game like this where you have nobody to blame but yourself. And also, you're deciding to stream it, meaning you have way more opportunities for other people to blame you. If I control it, I can fix it. How very you are the captain of your fate. You are in charge of your own destiny of you. How very... See, I feel a little bit more determinist than that. I blame other people all the time. Sometimes they, especially sometimes they deserve it. What I found is really interesting is encountering a person who really, really wants to blame themselves and really, really wants to believe. And frankly, I am this person a lot. If you are one of those people who thinks, no, I am the captain of my fate. I am in charge of my own destiny. I am responsible for the mistakes that I make. And like, my fate is mine to control, period. And then that's when you start throwing in some like determinist philosophy or behavioral science or psychology and being like, oh, are you really in charge of your own fate? Or is there at least a little bit like your environment, your genetics? And then you counter that by talking about epigenetics. And then it all gets confusing. Okay, so this is doing 60 per minute. Let's upgrade it. Is this the one I want? Shit, I don't know what line it is. What line do I want? It ain't that one. This game is so damn good. It's fantastic. It's so good. Hi, Plague. How you doing? This is the one I want. This one right here is the one I want. You're the one that I want. Honey. Okay, here. Okay, so here's what we're gonna need to do. I don't know how we do this. All of a sudden, that's minor Mark 3. Puts out 120 a minute. This belt. Excuse me? There it is. I was like, you're supposed to be putting out stuff. Where the... Nope. Make that Mark 2. Honey. Do they make splitters Mark 2? I don't remember this yet. I don't see it. Oh, and it's not on our available list of things. I dare Factorio release an update at the same time that this comes out, the nerve. I know, I've had to choose Satisfactory over my first love, Factorio. And I don't regret it, but I can't wait to see the I can't wait to play Factorio, the new update. Bye, Ella. Bye, Shies. Teach says, for me, it isn't about being in charge. It's about I must feel in charge or else I feel helpless. Yeah, for sure. Oh. Splitters don't need an upgrade. Sorry if that was rhetorical. You didn't want an answer. It's okay. I did not want an answer, but that's totally okay. I do ask a ton of rhetorical questions. No worries. Okay, splitters don't need an upgrade. They'll just split things no matter what. I probably knew that. Just says splits. Just says merges. You can handle whatever I can throw at you? That's good to know, actually. Okay, the problem is we are going to split this, and it's going to be 40 items per. And these... I mean, this is a great time to overclock this sucker, yeah? Okay, we need a third one of these. And then we will do... We'll just overclock each of them once. They'll do 45 per minute, which is... They'll have 40 per minute, but we'll still get a full Mark II belt out. This needs power. Take that to there. Siege says I'm knitting new octopus patterns, by the way. Not as complex as the sweater, but cute, and I may eventually sell them. I love it. We've got so many super artsy people in the community. Here's a question for the artsy people in the community. Is artsy a like is that a term you like being described as? Yeah, like pejorative. Yeah, exactly. Is artsy, I feel sometimes when I say the word artsy, I'm like, that sounds like it's diminishing the act that I'm talking about. Okay, we're gonna make this whole thing Mark II. I think artsy is nice, but I wouldn't call it professional that. Yeah. That makes sense. I'm trying to think what the equivalent of this would be in like in writing or something. As long as it's not artsy fartsy, true. You know what? This is not the perfect equivalent, but the thing that it most makes me think of is for a good chunk of my life, I was just like, huh? When people would be like, oh, did you go for a jog? And for many years, I was like, fuck you. No, I went for a run. I would never say that out loud, but I was like, excuse me. No, jogging is what my mom does. I'm a college athlete. I went for a run. I'm a runner. But I got over that at about the age of like 14. I think I matured out of that one at like 14. Or at least like 19. Like, to be clear, now I'm like, yeah, jogging is what I do. Jogging is like just another word for running. It's like a... And in fact, I mostly get upset when people are like, oh, I'm a jogger. And I'm like, well, if you choose that word, that's fine. But if you feel like you don't deserve the title of runner, which is a thing that happens a lot, then like, yo, fuck off. You're doing it. Okay, so why is this 100 per minute right there? These are backing up, but they're backing up because they're backing up because they have the capacity to make 45 per minute. 120. I mean, and it must have just backed up on one of these lines. What makes a jog and a run a run? I don't know that there's a difference. Like, I don't know that it matters. Like, I don't know that I would ever be like, no, that's a jog. No, that's a run. I would say whatever you feel it is. But another person might say a jog is like a more chill run. A run has like more oomph to it. A jog is for fun. A run is for survival. Love that. Speed and intention. I was gonna say intention for sure. But I think a lot of people, I think one of the lovely things about running for me is that it is, especially as I get a little bit older, is it's like the greatest way. It's such a great introduction to your mortality. Like no one basically gets to like 35 without their share of running injuries and their share of, if you have, then you won't get much further without your share of slowing down. So, to me, one of the things I love about running is that it's like, oh yeah, no, this body, it doesn't do what it used to. That youthful plasticity is, it ain't there. Let alone the flexibility, let alone the fast twitch muscle fibers, let alone the... I think of a run as pushing yourself for sure. Which maybe this also brings to light. There's a problem in like more competitive, so I ran in college, like I was saying. In like college running and competitive running, there is a major problem of people just pushing easy runs too hard. Like, the science repeatedly shows us that slower runs are more or as beneficial. Nope. I'm trying to upgrade that. Okay, it's already upgraded. And yet people keep pushing the pace because it feels good for your ego. Okay, so now that I've upgraded that to 120, that means I can fit a lot more of these. I can fit like 8 of them. So is this the way I want to upgrade my factory, or is the other way the way I want to upgrade my factory? I don't know. Do I want to plan for faster belts and faster belts, or do I want to plan for... splitting off of 60 base speed belts? I don't know. Now I'm doing a combination of both instead of picking one. Okay, though. Can make that work. Let's try it. We'll just do it case by case. For this one, we'll do this. Your factory looks pretty clean for a first playthrough. I was full spaghetti by now. It looks pretty clean, but on the other hand, my factory's not doing anything. It's not an exaggeration. It's not doing shit. It isn't making anything. It's sitting idle. So, you know, pros and cons. Concrete. It's for demonstration purposes. It's really beautiful. It's just not very good. 1,500, sure. But we're gonna get there. We're gonna start plugging it into. I forgot that we walled off this place. We're gonna start plugging it into some stuff. Any day now. You just transport resources around. Basically, I turn them into super high-level resources, and then I don't plug those high-level resources into anything. So the machines just grind to a halt. And we pay rent on this space, but we don't actually use it. This is 5. Oh, sorry. We need to do this. 5, 6, 7. I think that's lined up. Oh shit, taking damage. And 8. That big fellow was zooming. Sometimes he zooms. Sometimes. Here's the thing I need to assume, or like the thing I need to like what's the word for like when you embrace. The thing I need to embrace, though, is that this is my first time playing the game. Like, my first factory is going to be a mess. I did see a really lovely YouTube comment the other day, which said, hey, Ryan, do me a favor. And I was like, oh, no, here comes the backseating. It said, do me a favor. Leave your first factory over there. Like, don't tear it down. Like, you can move. I'm planning on moving the hub and stuff. But, like, don't tear it down. Leave it as, like, a shrine to how you first started the game, including your terrible power system, even though that's fixed. And, like, use it as a memory of, like, where you started. And I was like, wait, that's a genius idea. That's like an emotional backseat. I love an emotional backseat. Never forget your roots. Think about how far we've come. It was like an emotional backseat. And I love it. Okay, so this should... Aha. Something is wrong here. Why is this speeding up, slowing down? What's going on here? Okay. It's all Mark II, yeah? Crazy that for a game this linear, with how the tiering and space elevator stuff works, that every playthrough I've watched and even mine are completely different. The way you play this is completely unthinkable to me. I'm going to choose to read that as a major compliment. Oh, this system, I hate it. I made a system, but then I didn't follow it, and so now the system is bad. I don't like the system here. I don't like the system I developed. And this thing just fucking ends in the middle of nowhere. That's even worse. Okay, well, this is not going to be 120 iron rods a minute, that's for sure, but it might be somewhat close. It'll be more than 60, hypothetically. I didn't mean it in a bad way. No. To be clear, I read your comment, did not think it was bad, and then I thought, and then my like anxiety spoke, and I was like, sorry. Technically, this part does not need to be Mark 2. This can be Mark 1, Mark 1, Mark 1, Mark 1, Mark 1, and then around here, this part needs to be around 4 in. It'll start to be more than 60. So Mark 2, 2. 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. We'll add 1 extra. Actually, I cannot because I'm out of reinforced iron plate. Just playing along with you and mostly did not tackle problems the same way at all. Yeah. No, I mean, it is like you're speaking about a super interesting game design thing, I think, which is that one of the, like, not to do the comparison game again, right? But if you're to compare this game to Factorio, you could call it a problem. One of the problems of Factorio, or one of the unique things that has resulted from the way that game is made and played, is that the game is min-maxable in like many ways. And so because of that, people tend to play it by coming up with the exact same solution as someone else, or just copying someone else's solution. I think it possibly has to do with the blueprint thing. You can blueprint stuff. You can then export your blueprint and send it to another person. You can like literally, I've played Factorio before where I just run around. Like when I built a mega base in Factorio on my own time, I just borrowed someone else's design for how to like maximize the production of red circuits. And so there's that. There's also, I think, the way that the game is just maybe more... I don't know how to phrase it. This does not look like the right speed. Do I need to tear it down? Let's try it. See what happens here. Now that I probably did not need to do. It might also be the fact that, like, that game is a little bit more clearly... intended, by the way. Thank you, Steven. I think there's also, like, that game maybe is, like, railroady a little bit in terms of its, like, how you progress. You must absolutely do this next thing. I don't know. I remember my first factory and how proud I felt after putting down my first coal reactors in an actual building. Good times. I read that, Gilganos. I read your comment as, I felt so proud after putting down. I took my first coal reactors and I shut them off, and I thought, today's the end for you, buddy. I'm amazed you keep this all straight. I could never. I'm not sure that I am either. Don't worry. Okay, now that I've done that, this needs to go because the belts don't connect to something in midair. Something theoretical. They have to connect to a very specific thing. Okay. That should keep those flowing. Gold. Why is it gold? Is it gold because it's not lining up? Son of a bitch. I gotta pay attention to that color. Oh boy. But I don't know how to... Oh, but now I don't know how to do that. Oh, boy. But if it's gold, I don't know how to solve this problem. Oh, boy. That's blue. So that means it connects, hypothetically, theoretically. It's blue, doesn't mean it connects, it just means it's not clipping. Okay, so now we need to maybe connect it inside of the thing. No, it is working. Okay. Great. Does that look like 120 a minute, though? Nope. Okay. This should create a bunch of let me finish the hookup. This should create a bunch of iron rods. Let's fucking hope. Make this Mark 1. You guys don't have power, do you? Or any recipe? Oh, hi Rebecca, how's it going? How ya doing? Okay. Chat, do you think I can manage it? My goal is to get everything on the that is required for the milestone. Oh no, wait. My goal was to do everything for the elevator. There's no way I get that done. My goal is to get everything for the elevator put on the belt today in today's stream. Do you think there's any chance? I don't know that there's a chance. Like for my current elevator space. There. That should be power for everything. I missed a few hours, but I'm impressed at the user's efficiency. Look at that. I'm impressing people. Rep says, I'm so sorry. I've been having major back pain lately. No. Finally starting to get better. Oh, man. I'm doing well. I've been good. I have not been sleeping a ton or like sleeping very well. But I'm good overall. Also needs to be marked 2. We're getting there. I'm sorry you're having back pain. Have you found anything to do to help it, or is it or other than just rest? I think when I do this, I wonder if it puts the stuff in my inventory. Hold up, we should test this. When I convert this to Mark II, am I gaining stuff in my inventory, or is it like the stuff disappears for a second? So it's kind of hard to tell. I don't think it's going into my inventory. Nothing has helped. Gotcha. I've been suffering for 2 weeks. No. Is Little Miss Overlord keeping you up? She sure is. Yeah. I mean, she's fine. Like, she's sleeping better. We're sleep training her currently, which is mostly going well. But she is now waking up at, like... She switched her sleep habits pretty dang easily, and I have not. So all of a sudden now she gets up at like 6 a.m. every day, and I'm like, I wasn't ready. Like, okay. So that's a minor adjustment though. She's sleeping well, which is what matters. Okay, so I need. This is what? This is like the 3rd slot. Right here. I'm making it Mark II because I don't want to do the math on whether or not I need Mark II or Mark 1 here. 3. Oh my god, at least it's been so long since we had any power issues. Actually, it looks a bit more organized than when I last saw it. I'm pretty proud of it right now. We actually needed that to go here, so we probably should not have built it that far. Yeah, I'm pretty proud of it right now. Let me show you. Oh my god, speaking of babies. I had a realization the other day, which is that so many of my daughter's clothing, she's 5 months old. So much of my daughter's clothing has pockets on it. Functional pockets. Explain to me why. What's she gonna put in their pockets? Not her hands. She doesn't have anything to hold. Her drool? She's just gonna collect it in there? Like, why are there so many pockets? Rocks? She can't even name a task more impossible than telling my daughter to go pick up a rock. 1, she can't get there. 2, she probably can't grab it. 3, it's definitely going in her mouth. It's not going in her pocket. It's wild considering most women's clothings don't. I was going to say the exact same thing, Mona. Meanwhile, my wife complains constantly about how none of her clothing has real pockets. They have fake pockets constantly. Phone, wallet, keys. Listen, we're not there yet, Danny. God damn it. We ain't there yet. How do I want to do this? I just say something just like that. And then I kind of want to put it down. I kind of want to... That sounds bad. Put it down. I kind of want to just be like, boom. Crazy idea. We're going to put it here. Then we're going to put it like... Now this is the weirdest... Now, this is the weirdest idea I've come up with yet. For how to do this. We're going to bring it off the bus, then put it up. Now, this is the ugliest thing I've ever built. Is that not straight? Why the fuck is that not straight? Oh boy, I thought I lined it up. How's it feel knowing next month is going to be half a year already? It does not feel real, I'll tell you that much. Does not feel real. I think the best way to do this is just stack it. It's wild. The good news is I think I like this stage a lot more. This stage I'm a much bigger fan of than the newborn stage. Newborn was fine. It's just like, oh boy, I struggled with a lot of parts of the newborn phase. You know? Like I had less to do because there's just... I actually don't need any of this. There's just less I can do as a non-breastfeeding parent. Did a lot of dishes, that's for sure. It's not like I was a useless piece of shit, but it's just like... I talked about this once, but like I feel like Megan got a lot more of the like bonding time because the feeds were nice and quiet and bonding, and I got a lot of the like shushing from a bus time. Thank you for the follow, Big Chief Adam. Yeah, I don't know. Oh my god, huge news on the baby front. I'm so sorry to everybody who does not want to hear baby baby thoughts. Oh. Big news on the baby front. I think Elle's going to be going to daycare here in like 2 weeks, 3 weeks. We got in off a wait list, which is hilarious because we were on it for fucking forever. Okay. We are making modular frames. Let's go. Now we just need to see if we're making them at the right rate. Nice. I know, right? It worked out really perfectly. Megan and I, neither one of us was like, I was a little bit more sold on the idea of daycare than Megan was. But neither one of us was super sold on it. And then we had a kind of rough period and we were like, oh man, it'd be nice if daycare, and then daycare called and was like, you're off the wait list. And I'm like, oh baby. Oh baby. I will pay that money. There'll be a lifetime of opportunities to bond that she'll remember even better. Oh, Steven. This is why I like 5 months old way better. Currently, I can take Elle. She has the neck strength now that, like, a lot of the time what we're doing is she's, like, either laying on her back on the play mat playing with stuff. And recently what we've started doing is I can pick her up and, like, I'm laying on my back and we can, like, do airplane. Like, I can lift her up and, like, move her around and, like, give her a kiss, move her around. And she loves that shit. And she giggles at it. And I'm like, this is way better. You laugh. You are, you are, like, we're having a, like, give and take here. Way better. Yeah. That's why I'm so much like, this is way better than newborn for me. You know? So now sponsor streams our money for daycare. That's true. Is grandma excited or sad to not be daycare anymore? Honestly, the good news is this. The daycare we found, one of the things that Megan really wanted was the chance for it to be part-time daycare, because Megan doesn't work a normal schedule and she wants to, like, you know, she wants to go on her days off. Megan wants to, let's back everything up with extra iron rods and see what happens. On her days off, Megan wants to be able to hang out with Elle rather than have her still be paying for her to go to a place where, you know, when Megan misses her and wishes she could hang out with her. So we're going to have like 3 days a week daycare, and then grandma's still going to do a couple days, or at least a day. So yeah, I think grandma's mostly like, that'll be good for you guys, and I still will get to see her. So can't help but notice there are not a lot of iron rods here, because we're just using so many for everything. Probably. Are they being delivered at the correct rate? This is not the correct rate of delivery. Drop-off's going to be rough the first week or so. I think you're right. We'll see. I don't know. I'm hopeful about it. It'll be a couple weeks before we start it, but I'm really hopeful about the idea that conveyors do have a... Oh, shit. Conveyors do have a speed to them. I'm so glad we found that. Otherwise, this factory would be struggling. Oh, that's a big win. Oh, that's a big win. Ryan said, if you don't laugh at my jokes, GTFO. Yeah, it's like either laugh at my jokes or pay rent. These are your options, baby. It shouldn't slow them down on the other side, right? Like, no, because I'm connected to a splitter, and the splitter won't slow it down. Passing through this will slow it. But over here, I believe I am asking for... Yeah, I think I have the ratio correct. Casually sipping on coffee as you fly through the air. We're doing it. Okay, so this should all be faster. Then I will need to upgrade. Do I need to upgrade over here? I think I'm doing 60 per minute again, right? Oh, there it is right there. The first faster bit. Let's go. Okay. So, modular frames are done. That's dope. They're going to be on the belt. I don't know where, but they're on the belt. Now I just need to do mergers facing that way. I'm missing iron rods. Well, isn't that ironic? I just gave them all away. Oh shit, that's still not working. What the heck? I thought I fixed it. Steven, thank you so much for the $5 tip. I'll put that towards the daycare fund. Steven, I just got to say, you've been so very, very, very generous recently, and I just want to say thank you. It does not go unnoticed. Thank you. We get some hearts in chat for the support. Thanks, Steven. Still doesn't read. Dream Donuts. I said paying rent. Wait, does that mean you don't laugh at my jokes, Steven? It's one or the other, Steven. You can either laugh at my jokes or you can pay rent. Do you not think I'm funny? All right, what lanes are unused? We got to figure out a better bus system here, but it's fine. We can always expand it. We're going to have to expand it eventually. What if we expand it now? If that was an actual rule, you'd be rolling in donations. If that was an actual rule, this website would be broken. Can we make the belt a little bit wider? I think we just send it. I'm in the mood for just making decisions. Can you tell? I'm like, is this the right decision? Who cares? I'm making a decision right now. We got to get stuff on the belt. We got to get stuff moving. Need to go one level higher than that, and we'll just chuck it right here. Technically, what we should do is throw it right here. Okay, right there. Done. Modular frames on the belt. That should be one full belt out, right? No, not even close. Oh, no. Is that 5 machines? It's 10 per minute. Oh, that's so slow. Oh, boy. And I don't think these are even running. We have to do 6 of these. 6 of what I just built to make one thing per minute. Oh, boy. All right, well. All right, what's next? We got modular frames on the thing. Encased steel beams. I've needed them a bunch of times. Let's do that next. Encased steel beams. Take. Concrete and steel, but at what rates? Concrete, 36 per minute. Steel beams, 18 per minute. My favorite thing about this game is that I just never have a single idea what you're doing. Somehow the more I watch, the less I comprehend. Somehow it doesn't matter. This is what happened during Dyson Sphere program too. 90% of the people who were here for it were like, Ryan, what the fuck is going on today? And I was like, don't worry. So a Dyson Sphere. The joke with Dyson Sphere was that people were like, oh yeah, you're playing the vacuum game. This is a game about building a big vacuum in space? Yeah, yeah. It is really funny to have like our loyal community. One might say the cult. Who's like, I have no idea what's going on here. And then the people who popped in from YouTube specifically, like, I have a great idea of what's happening here, and it's bad. It's bad. You're making me rage. Bye, Pristine Mallard. Thanks for being here. Ugh. You move so fast, all the machines look the same, so I know you're theoretically making things. I just don't know what. I think that's the best way to describe what I'm doing, is theoretically making things. Am I actually making stuff? Nah. What should we do here? 6 per minute? What is exactly the rate for 30 concrete per minute? Because that would be one way to do it. Would be go like 4.9. That would at least be a belt in. $4.97. Is it just 5? Oh, well, that's actually way easier. Underclocking is so necessary for this. That means one belt of concrete supports 2 machines, We should bring 2 belts of concrete in, 1 belt of steel beams in, and we will get a third of a belt of encased industrial beams, which is fine. We'll leave lots of space to make it bigger. So we need to do 4 machines. The goal is to make this all so that I can just make it bigger. We need 4 machines with plenty of room for in and out in the future. Let's go like here. Go like there. So, we'll do that. Four machines. Surface is too uneven. Suck it. No, it's not. The machines look exactly the same. I'd be so lost if I tried to play this. Yeah. That was me during Phasmophobia last night. Why did I decide that dots was the most important thing to me? I don't know. I just did. Encased industrial beams, we need 5 per minute. We need to copy settings. Paste settings. Paste settings. Done. So from here, we need steel beams and we need concrete. So let's do it like we did the other one. Let's put a... Oh, I've decided basically against my blueprints at this point, unfortunately. Put this on our hotbar, and we'll just do blueprints by hand if we need to. Do. It's not in the dots, Ryan. That counts as dots, right? It's hard to know what dots looks like until you've seen it. I'm not here for the game. I'm here for the vibes. Here for the vibes. Thank you. Thanks for being here. Seriously. It's I don't know that I'll always do it or that I will want to do it, but it is a very I am very grateful that I can play games that I want to play without fear that they will not work for my audience. You know? Okay, so we need to do... This is concrete. Concrete's here. So that's concrete. That makes sense. Concrete is on one of these belts way over here. A couple of the belts way over here. I'm here for the shats. Oh, wow. Put this one right here. Nope, that's steel beams. Okay. But steel beams is also... It's good to know. Do both at the same time. Shit. I fell asleep 10 minutes after I sent that message about hoping not to fall asleep. I was dead tired. Have we talked about this before? Chat, what do you do to fall asleep at night? Like, do you watch stuff? Are you a psychopath who just like counts sheep? Like, what do you do? How do you fall asleep at night? In what way? I read? Oh, so you're just true. And I don't mean this with any sass. I mean this dead serious. What's it like to be better than me? What's it like to just be a better person than me? I close my eyes. Maybe I'm realizing all of you are better people than me. Wow. You close your eyes and it works? And you don't get bored? I watch stuff until I fall asleep, and I basically fall asleep against my will most nights. I put my head on my pillow, and on a good night, about a minute later, I'm asleep. I usually watch streams or YouTube. Yeah, same. Bored, lull? Don't lull at me. It varies. It depends on if I'm going through a depression period or not. I stay up late until I'm so tired that it happens on its own. I theoretically ingest some water vapor and chemicals that make me sleepy. Bro, I want to sleep, not activate my brain. Right, but I watch things that... This is why my kid is going to be an iPad kid, despite my best efforts. I watch things that put me in a sleepy mood, and then I fall asleep while watching them, and then the next day I do the math, like, where the hell was I in this thing? You know? Watch little indigestion VODs on YouTube, duh. I'm flattered. I'm very flattered. Wait, shit. Did I line these up? Oh, no. Did I fuck this up? I got things on the... It happened eventually, chat. I put things on the same belt. No. It's okay. We can just move this one. Okay, we'll just tear it down for now. I put something right where the concrete's supposed to go. I need a jetpack in this goddamn game. Thank you for the 100 bits, Steven. I just have the TV on playing Friends, but I only need the sound to fall asleep. I'm sort of in the opinion that, like, what works really well for me, first off, I try to exercise, and I tend to take a melatonin. Not always, but I tend to. If I'm exercising enough, I certainly don't need a melatonin. I fall asleep relatively quickly. I don't tend to have problems falling asleep. I'm very blessed. However, why I like watching something as I fall asleep is I feel like it puts my mind into like a grooved track, is how it feels to me. Like I put my mind on like a rail cart, and it's not gonna like, I'm not gonna have any scary thoughts, right? Like I'm basically avoiding like thinking deeply, considering like our existence here. Like I'm avoiding all of the stuff that I will spend way too much time thinking about during the day. I think that's what it is for me, is like, because I'm basically just like avoiding deep thoughts. And sometimes they're there no matter what, right? Like sometimes I can't pay attention, sometimes to whatever, you know. Ah, shit. Having something to keep my thoughts in line really helps me fall asleep. Yeah, that's a great way to phrase it. That's how I feel, is like I'm just kind of keeping my thoughts like on a familiar track, you know? Just probably similar to the way that, like, you know, Rebs and other people are feeling, is like, you know, with friends. Just kind of keep my mind on a familiar track. I do take melatonin and smoke an indica plus CBD vape. Another thing that works well is watching a kind of boring video, not actually boring, but more like video essays or more informational, educational. Yeah, something that like drones on. Absolutely. I need to have something to think about, or else I'll be too bored to lay still. Yeah. I will say one of the really underrated things about exercise and frankly like working physical jobs, like I've worked a couple jobs in my life that were super physical and tiring. Super underrated part of jobs like that, ain't no trouble falling asleep at night, you know? Like that's the best part of it. It's like, nah, I'm just, you know, my body is too tired. That's a luxury. Can't tell if I've gone too far yet. No, right on the other side of this. I need friends to avoid the panic. Or sorry, for the comfort and to avoid the panic I tend to feel when my brain harasses me when I'm trying to sleep. Yeah. I gotta say, I definitely am like, I definitely have more of the, I definitely also just have more stress now that Elle is here. Like, I just have more stress and stressful things that I think about when I'm trying to fall asleep at night now. I guess it just goes to show how lucky I was beforehand, but I'm like, now it's just these what ifs that don't even make sense all the time. You know? What ifs or like, not even the like banal, like, oh shoot, I was gonna take the diaper trash can out and I forgot. More the like, or just the like larger what ifs. This might sound cheesy. I'm also more relaxed in the presence of my partner, so I fall asleep easier when we go to bed together. That's not cheesy at all. That's love, baby. I will say I went to a bachelor party a couple weekends ago, you know, like a month ago at this point, and in the process, I shared a hotel room with one of my friends who I roomed with in college. And when doing that, I was like, oh wow, it's been for like we like fell asleep in the same room, but it was. No, I don't need that. I just remembered. I don't need that. But that was 10 years ago at this point. 11 years ago at this point. Like, what's changed? Bigger, small spoon? We had separate beds. Also, his husband was there, so it's like, you know. I think he was the small spoon, but in a different bed to a different person. But I will say, I walked away from that. You know, we shared the hotel room for the night. It was both like we like got in really late on an airplane, two separate airplanes. Like, needed a place to stay for one night. We were like, just get one hotel room with two beds. It's way cheaper in fucking San Diego. You weren't the filling in that sandwich? No, I was not the filling in that sandwich. Would you have spooned if the husband hadn't been there? I have friends of mine that I would spoon with, dead serious, and have spooned with. 100%. He's not one of them. But the point of this story was I walked away from that encounter a little self-conscious because one of them read a Kindle to fall asleep at night, and I was like, okay. I mean, that's like a very normal thing. You know, I'm not sitting there judging. We're just like, I'm just noticing things as we fall asleep. Kindle to fall asleep at night. I was like, that's very admirable. This one is concrete, right? Yes. So that's very, very admirable. Very admirable. One's the concrete again. Needs to be just a little bit further. On the other hand, his husband just fell asleep like cold, you know, cold turkey. He raw dogged sleep. He just laid down. No podcast, no nothing. Just fell asleep. And I don't sleep like that. Like, I can if I need to, but I just don't want to. What I do is, like, I have my laptop. I'm watching YouTube. Usually it's, like, some sort of video game series on YouTube. And I lay on my back, and I set the computer on my chest. And it's plugged into the wall. And my face is, like, 12 inches from the screen. And that's how I fall asleep at night. And so I just went about my day and did that because that's, you know, that's what I'm used to. That's what my wife is used to. Like, that's what I do. And then my friend Jacob was like, you fall asleep like that? I was like, oh yeah. He was like, you are 3 inches from the screen. I was like, yeah. He was like, do your eyes hurt? No. No, they're good. Is the correct way to do this to, like, line it up this way? And I was like, okay, well, maybe it is a little weird, my habit of, like, you know. Like, maybe it is a little weird to just have phone just, like, the computer just, like, setting on my chest. Why is that not lining up? There it is. Rhetorical? Yeah. No, no. That is a non-rhetorical question. Is it weird that I fall asleep? That's a non-rhetorical question. Is it weird that I fall asleep with my computer on my chest? If this doesn't fucking work, I swear to God. You have a light on while you use the laptop? Nah, just the laptop. On the lowest possible brightness on very low volume. It feels weird to me, but you do you. You would judge me if we slept in the bed like that? If we slept in a hotel room like that, in opposite beds? Hear me out. It's just like, I can't sleep like some people watch stuff on, like Meg watches stuff on her iPad, and she'll like turn on her side and have one ear pressed into the pillow, and she'll like watch it. But I'm like, the thing is sideways, and I can only use one ear, so I can't really hear anything. So that isn't like a, you know. If this doesn't work because of this other belt, I'm gonna vomit. I would probably say something like, "Are you okay?" Well. It's yellow because of the thing. I'm gonna vomit. It's yellow because of the other thing, which I think means that it doesn't know what to hook up to, which makes me angry. It's still yellow. Why the fuck is it still yellow? I'm gonna have to guess. Cool. Love it. I hate that that's not a better system, but I need to get my brain around it. It's just not going to be straight. Just not going to be straight. Bye, Rebs. We love you as well. No, you're good. I hope your back feels better. Okay. That works. Now we can do the one above it the same way. What do you mean? Is this just gonna break my whole system? No. Oh, it does show you what it is messing with. Oh, interesting. So it does show you, it outlines what it is overlapping with. I just need to delete this for a second. Put this down. Okay. So I think as long as I place this first, we'll be okay. This is convincing me that I shouldn't do a bus. Okay, I think this will work. I was always taught that using a screen so big, so close in the dark would obliterate your eyes, so I would never try it. Yeah, I am curious about that. We were talking, somebody mentioned this in the Discord the other day. How accurate do you think it is that whole thing about like, that we were taught as kids about like, don't sit so close to the TV screen? I've heard it's not true. I hope it ain't true. Otherwise, I'm screwed. It ain't perfect, but it works. I do that. My eyes have been obliterated. My eyes are fucked anyway. I don't think it's accurate. Do you use a filter so you don't have blue light? I do not. And I honestly don't have, I will say, I can find it hard to fall asleep a little bit if I have been at this computer for too long. But my laptop, I don't really, I think it does the thing where it auto changes its light output a little bit so that it's like a warmer, less blue light screen in the evening. Looking at a bright light in a dark room is exhausting to the eyes. Sure, but I don't care if my eyes are exhausted, just so long as they don't get obliterated. I'm exhausted. My eyes should be too. Exhausted? That's that's par for the course here. I mean, the problem is do I need to change my prescription? I'm joking, but that's also 100% how I feel. I'm like, do I care about... Not really. Should I? Probably, but like my level of concern is mostly, do I... Okay, we need to change you. We need to delete you. Go out to here. Put you out here, because we've made our belt bigger. Our bust bigger. Eventually, we're gonna have a power problem, and I can't wait for that day. It was CRT screens that the problem was on. You shouldn't be like 8 inches or so away from a CRT screen. Why though? That makes sense to me in a little bit, but like I wonder why. Like, what is it about a CRT display that is different for your eyes? You know. Can irritate the eyes, but no long-term damage. The flickering of the screen. Okay. Looking at a screen in a dark room is bad, though. I've heard this. The only reason I've heard that, though, is that meme about Tins, the Valorant player, where he's on stream with his girlfriend, and they're like, lights on or lights off? And he gets super nerdy and is like, oh, no, you have to play with the lights on because otherwise it'll hurt your eyes. And they were talking about, and the person asked, the chatter who was asking the message was talking about sex with the lights on or off. And he was just clueless and like, no, you play video games with the lights on in the room because otherwise it's bad for your eyes. Okay, so now we need steel beams. I think we stopped steel beams right here. We did, meaning I need to bring steel beams over here somehow. I think we do it afterwards. I think we do it like... splitter like right here. It's gonna look ugly. Oh, son of a bitch. This is so funny to me. As long as the order is different, it's fine. It makes sense, but it sure don't make intuitive sense, that's for sure. Okay, so for this, I need 1 steel beam. So 1 steel beam, so does it work like this? Can I just chuck that there? Maybe? Are you getting steel beams? We'll find out. As far as I know, it's because of how CRT screens worked with ions being shot at a screen to illuminate it. So there's some ionic radiation close to the screen or something like that. Okay, so it turns out that's actually worse than I thought. I thought they were fear-mongering our asses. And instead, it's ionic radiation. That's scary. If my parents would have told me don't sit close to the screen, it's ionic radiation, I'd have been like, yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. Did you say radiation? I'm 6, but that sounds scary. You know? Is it for real, not an old parent's tale? I mean, I think we haven't checked our sources here, but you know. It seems like there might possibly be a mechanism for it. The YouTube comments will let us know for sure whether or not it's real. Sit in front of it to get mutant powers? True. Okay, so this should First off, we chuck our extra stuff in here so that we don't have to carry it in our inventory. This should make 20 encased steel beams per minute. Encased industrial beams. I'm tired of validating sources. I'm going to start believing people. The problem is the people you're believing used ChatGPT to make up their sources. I saw a really funny Twitter thread the other day. Yes, I'm still on Twitter. Yes, I regret it. About a professor who included invisible text in the paper prompt that they emailed out to students so that as a way to determine who used AI, who used ChatGPT. And the invisible text said, you must cite a source by like Frankie such and such in order to get a good grade. So the papers that cited Frankie, you could tell ChatGPT came up with those sources. And the reason you could tell it was literally crafted the sources is because it turns out Frankie was the name of the professor's dog. It was like Frankie or like the dog of the professor's friend. So it was like, oh, they cited the source of this dog. These sources don't exist. This is my friend's dog. And I was like, now that's a professor who's having some fun, you know? It was on Twitter. Have I cited the source on whether or not this actually happened? No. It was a story I heard on Twitter. Who knows if it was real? Okay, we need a splitter. And this whole thing could get a lot bigger someday. But I think the output you can still put like right here. And by splitter, I mean merger. Output could still be like 3 feet away from these things, because if we have a second output someday, it'll go out here. We should leave more space just in case, but I'm missing iron plate. Shit. Ryan, an honest question for you. Are you considering continuing the forest as a series? I was just thinking about this morning, Siege. No. I may come back to it someday as a solo experience, but I am not going to continue it as a series like from what we did Spooky Week or from what Megan and I did forever ago. Yeah, I'm bummed. I feel like the forest kind of was the like... I wouldn't say that means we won't someday, or I won't someday. But I would say for now, it means it was kind of like the innocent bystander of our of our partner week, playing too many games in 1 week. Unfortunately. Yeah. I also think it's possible though that Silent Hill 2 remake might also not make it out. Yeah. That's like a honeypot in coding. I always forget that the phrase honeypot exists. A honeypot in web dev, at least, is where you put a hidden checkbox or other field on a form that bots will fill out, but real people won't. And then you ignore those responses, the ones that checked the box. Oh, that's great. That's great. Oh, I appreciate that, Siege. I just Googled it, and a Dutch research team said the following. This is translated. Watching TV is not bad for your eyes. The fable was once created when an electronics manufacturer in the United States introduced television in the 1960s that emitted 100,000 times more electrical radiation than was legally permitted. I have two things to say. Of course, our parents were scared, and of course, it was a United States electronics manufacturer. That's funny. Ryan, how do you feel about puzzle games? I'd like to recommend a game to you based on your enjoyment of Soma. I know puzzlers aren't really your usual fare for your streams or videos. They may not be my usual fare in some ways. But I'm very open to the idea of puzzle games, and we have played a couple. I'm not super aware of the like puzzle game genre, but we have played The Room, and I want to play The Room too. I need to get on that, which I really enjoyed recently. That was on stream, and the puzzles as parts of some other games I've really loved. So I mean, I don't know if that counts. I don't know that they were puzzle games necessarily, but what game are you thinking? Squelf, thank you very much for the follow. Thank you. Okay. In case industrial beams are on the thing, we need to turn 50 in to finish this milestone, and I'm going to just do that right now because we should have 50 any second here. Portal, that's right. Is Portal does Portal count as a puzzle game? I don't really. This is the thing with genre, is that I'm still like relatively new to the, you know, the video gaming world. So I never understand what JRPG means. I never understand what, you know, I know now what it means, but like, I know what it stands for. I don't know what it means necessarily. But game genres are always so vague as to what they encapsulate. It is true that I think maybe that's, oh, Clampery, you've just given me a great idea, or at least a lot to think about. Maybe that's what I struggle with games and genres specifically, is that like, it's possible games are just like, by the nature of what they are, and like multi-medium, you know, but like by their nature, maybe they defy categorization a little bit better than like other types of media in which genre, like a game can be 5 minutes long, it can be 500 hours long, right? Like a game can be played on a number of different consoles. Like the experience is just greatly different. Ooh, this is the new thesis I'm trying out. I like this idea. You know? In that case, I'd love to see you play Talos or Talos Principle and its sequel. The writing and dialogue are too good for you not to cover them without spoiling anything. Their stories are extremely philosophical. And you know what's interesting about that, Twisted Hammer, is I'm starting to like more philosophical games a lot more than I thought I'm starting to realize philosophical games might sort of be my genre. Interesting. Stories are extremely philosophical, involve interactive Socratic dialogue as a regular gameplay mechanic between puzzles. Interesting. I've heard Talos Principle or Talos Principle a good amount as a recommendation. It's time for the big red button, chat. It's always so special when you get to hit the big red button. Launch this shit.
Milestone reached. After several pioneers started exhibiting traumatic responses to power blackouts, Fixit developed mitigation tools recommended by your local therapist. Power storages can hold excess power to delay or prevent blackouts in the eventuality that your factory's power consumption exceeds production. To simplify, these are rechargeable batteries. Power towers carry power lines for significantly greater distances than poles, facilitating factory expansion and exploitation of this environment for the good of Fixit and humanity.
Why did that surprise you? That seems right up your alley. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why it surprised me necessarily. It's just that, like, I thought maybe, I think part of it, oh yeah, I need to wait 5 minutes. I think part of it is that I guess the thing I'm a little bit surprised by, I figured that I would maybe like the chance to like engage in the games that are willing to sort of say something and spend time on more philosophical matters and engage with it. I guess the thing I would say I'm surprised by is that they might do well on YouTube. Like they might do well as like entertaining content, is me sitting there being like, oh, but are our futures really determined for us, or do we have some control? Like, I guess that's what I'm saying is like, I obviously like that stuff. I have a lot of interest in it, but I didn't ever think that would be a thing I could play on YouTube and that people would be like, do more of that. Pause the game more. Talk about it. And I'm like, because that's a little antithetical to some other, you know, other types of games, I guess people are like, shut up, let them talk. Stop yapping. What are we launching? So the way this you progress in this game is you launch, you basically research certain topics, and the way that you do that is by launching materials. So in the upper right-hand corner, I have some milestone is stuff I launch. Objective is stuff that I send up this space elevator. So currently, I'm going to launch a bunch of encased industrial beams and steel pipes, or whatever it's called, and copper sheet, and that's going to give me the availability to make hypertubes, which are like teleportation. It looks like they're teleportation things. Where is the steel? It's used in the making of these, right? No, used in the making of... Oh, do I not have that automated? Shit, I don't have it automated. Fuck. Music is the same way. I'll listen to 10 extremely distinct songs, and Spotify will call it all indie and clock out. Ooh, that's funny. Music similar. Ooh, I don't know. That's interesting. Could be. The thing about music is that... And somebody else is a bigger expert on this than me, for sure. I feel like the thing with music is that it can be, or it's like sort of susceptible to formula in a way that other genre or other mediums might not be as much. I could be totally wrong here. I think this is actually made in a constructor. You know, like verse chorus type vibe, or whatever the actual order is there. Have I not made these? I swear to God, maybe I have. Let me double check. But I don't know. I mean, I do think that doesn't like particularly. But to me, the same way that like reading a sci-fi novel is a wildly different experience based on what the topic is, what the author is doing with it. Is it 100 pages long, 500 pages long? Is it first person? Is it like highly technical? Is it more jaunty, more fun? You know, like to me, the genre is still sci-fi there because there's like a formula, like the sci-fi genre formula for a book. I would say is like exaggerates or like extrapolates technology to a point where it can raise questions about like a certain list of broad topics. That's what I would call the genre delineation with a novel, at least that specific genre. I do really struggle with like certain genres in music. I'm completely confused by. What makes indie music indie music? I fucking know. I don't know. I couldn't tell you. Not a damn thing. I also am generally, and have been very vocal about this, I am generally, genre tends to be one of my least favorite ways to talk about literally anything. I recognize it as a sometimes useful categorization tool and a generally non-interesting categorization tool. So, like, you won't find me to be a defendant of this system. No way. I always assumed indie was an artist, not from a giant label. I think I share that assumption, but I'm also like, maybe this is just reiterating the problem we have talked about in the past with like indie as a genre or like indie as a label. We talked about it with video games. I think like similar vibes with like I'm not convinced indie is a genre at all. It's more of a classification of the process. Yeah, I would call it more of a label like that. Yeah, for sure. Do you ever do an end of playthrough best of or self-react or summary? Ooh. Oh, I did make it. It's right here. And then I deleted it from the belt. That's right. I forgot. Okay, we're going to add this back on the belt first before we do anything else, because otherwise I will forget about it. It's here. I deleted it. That's right. Kind of like how anime isn't a genre of animation. Yeah, that makes sense. Steven, what do you mean by, like, can you give me an example of like a... Mostly what we do at the end of a playthrough is we'll do like, we'll like get lore answers for some stuff. Or we'll do like letting the community finally tell me the thing they've been dying to tell me. Or like help me find the secrets. And I tend to like give overall bigger thoughts on that stuff during those moments, but okay, we need to check what, this is the 6th slot. Let's see if the 6th slot is busy. But I don't know if that matches what you mean or... Okay, 6th slot is taken. What about the 7th? Is the 7th taken? Sure looks like it. 7th is taken. Okay, what about the 8th? Oh my god, I think we did actually fill this whole thing up. Holy shit. I can tear this down. I can tear this down. It's the same as young adult used as a book genre, even though it's not a genre at all. I don't know if other people are... I guess... I don't know. I don't think that I tend to use YA as a genre classification or... indie for that matter most of the time. Like, definitely not YA though. YA is just like, what audience is this made with ideally in mind is how I think of it. But print these coupons and tear this thing down. But I do think sometimes maybe there's some bleed over in terms of like YA is definitely used as a genre, unfortunately. What do you mean? Like where? Like in a library? Like what do you mean? You're forgetting the M and the C. YMCA. Andy can fucking suck it. That's not gonna make sense to anybody watching this on YouTube. On social media? Is it possible what we're talking about here is just that some people are misappropriating the word genre? Like, I think maybe that is maybe what's happening. I fell down my stairs. Oh, no. I hope you're okay. But also, like, what? Oh, man, I don't know. Genre stuff is so... generally frustrating to me. Okay, let's just double check lane 1. It was lane 1 not being used because this is the one place it might not be used. 1 or 12, whatever you want to call it. That sounded so sarcastic. Oh, on my part? No, I meant it seriously. I hope you're okay. Seriously. Lane 1 is used by Cole. So I think everything's used. I guess the thing I'm saying is like, if YA is being misused as a like label for genre on TikTok, right? Is that really like... How do I phrase this? Is that really like... I don't know how to phrase this. To me, a part of me views that as like calling fat-free milk skim or something like that. Like, oh, well, that's just people using a word. Like, they're not using the word correctly, but they are getting across what they need to get across. So then it's like, are they using it incorrectly if they are getting across what they need to get across? Does that make sense? Like, are they using the term against what it means, or like incorrectly or non-exactly? Maybe. But if they are communicating what they are hoping to communicate, then they are using language correctly, right? I would argue. To be very clear, I would argue that. Not everyone would argue that. I am in the camp of like, language is not an exact, like language is not a universal law you agree with when you agree to the terms and services of when you agree to use it. It is a constant wrestling battle, a constant wrestle between like what is using language correctly. I don't know, getting across what you are hoping to get across. Like, YA might not be actually a genre, but if the idea is that it is being used to communicate to people that this is in the group of books that is often aimed at a certain age group or has certain characteristics, then like that might not be genre specifically, but like we generally know what it means, or like we get what it means, right? Now, the next question is like, is that a problem? It could be, absolutely. I could think of ways that would be hugely problematic. Would I rewrite the system in exactly that way given the chance to rewrite it? Probably not, but I don't know. Like literally when they don't mean literally. I mean, some stuff like Sarah J. Maas's books have been mislabeled as YA because of this stuff, and she writes pretty explicit stuff. Gotcha. Purple Flowered Maddie has a broken wrist. Oh my god, I thought you meant you fell down the stairs just a couple minutes ago. You fell down the stairs recently? Like, I hope you're okay. Broken wrist, are you in a cast? That's why in library science we have thesauri and authorities from orgs like the Library of Congress. And this is why the Dewey Decimal System, I'm a fan, just to be fair. The French have an entire governmental entity that describes how the language is used and what words are allowed. Siege, one of my favorite subplots in a book that I've read is about a shoot. Let me make sure I get the name of it correct. Is about a fictional organization called the Militant Grammarians of Massachusetts, who they are fictional, but hold a very different opinion of language and grammar than I do. The fictional the Militant Grammarians of Massachusetts. The idea being they're a group of people so incensed about the correct way to employ grammar and use language that oh, it's so good. Anyways, I think we're gonna move our bus out a little bit because I think it'll. Let me double check over here that it isn't a problem. I've got a cast. Dang. It's been used as a description of vibes rather than age appropriateness. A lot of people are asking for spice in YA books. Gotcha. And if enough people use a term incorrectly over time, it becomes correct, right? I mean, how else do any modern words have their meanings? Do me a favor, Clampery. Do me a favor. In fact, I'll do you the favor. Google the word. I've never actually checked this, but let's check it. Google the word nonplussed. Yep, it works. Nonplussed. I just learned this the other day. An adjective used to describe a person. Surprised and confused so much that they are unsure how to react. A high degree of surprise and confusion. So much so that they are unsure how to react. Synonyms, similar, bewildered, perplexed, baffled. Informally used in North America incorrectly until a couple days ago. This is the only definition that I was aware of. Unperturbed. I believed that nonplussed meant you are not perplexed. You are sort of absolutely unaffected. I've never heard someone use nonplussed to mean the opposite of nonplussed, the thing identified as the NA usage here. Yes. So you agree, you are similar to me, right? I always thought that it meant indifferent, unperturbed. Exactly. I've always used nonplussed in this way, and I've always read it that way. I don't know, like, I'd be very interested in, like, usage stats, but I just now realized that's an informal, and North American specifically, basically an antonym, not exactly, but, like, almost an antonym to what I think is the original nonplussed. I've only ever heard of the first definition. Oh, I've also never heard a living person use it in a sentence as opposed to like modernist authors. Gotcha, yeah. Well, see, here's the mind-bending thing for me, Lambrecht. Here's the mind-bending thing for me. I'm now not sure all of the times I have read nonplussed if I was just assuming they meant the one and in reality they meant the other. I'm now like rereading all, like reconsidering all of the scenes in which I've read that and I'm like, wait a second. Have I had like the wrong idea the entire time? I think it's certainly possible. I've been here the whole time. Your entire life has been alive. So, but you knew, so Lambrecht knew, so you knew it was the like so explicitly surprised as to be unsure how to react. You knew it was that definition? I wonder how you, like, how did you learn that and I didn't? I'm so confused how I arrived, like, I'm wondering how I arrived. I wish I could trace how I arrived at the, like, wrong. Which, of course, to bring this full circle, to me, I would call that, like, that's just the evolution of language. That's not a problem, right? Like, I wouldn't call that a problem that now nonplussed is used in two, like, similar but, like, sort of opposite ways. Yes, Ryan, but you have a master's degree in creative writing. I have a doctorate in English literature. It makes sense to me you'd know more modern uses of things, and I would know bookish uses of things. It does make sense to me in that way, too. It did sound like I was being roasted for a second there, which I adored, to be clear. Feel free to roast me at any point in time. Lambrecht, you have the literal ultimate one-up. You have, like, the perfect one-up against me. And frankly, you don't use it enough. Okay, I need to make sure and connect this to everything, and I'm not going to. I'm certainly gonna forget something. It was here, right? Here. I'll hotkey that message exactly. Perfect. Okay, is that everything? You're all powered? You're all powered? Dope. Cool. Our bus is one wider. And it's gonna have to be a lot wider than that eventually. To be fair, why did they make a word sound the opposite of what it means? Maybe that's why I am the... Like, maybe that's why I think... That's a great point. Maybe that's why I think it's nonplussed. Maybe I've just always incorrectly assumed, well, it must mean, like, sort of non-reacting, nonplussed. What was I doing? I was putting the steel pipes on the belt. And it's going to go all the way over to this slot, second from the end. Then you have words like irregardless that mean the same thing as regardless and was technically wrong until it was used so often that it became the correct usage. And I'll tell you, my strategy for a word like irregardless, don't use it at all. Because I can never remember, I'm like, shit, am I using the correct original version or the incorrect? I'm just going to avoid it. Anyways, regardless. Yeah, no, that's Yeah. Yeah, I need to put one higher right here. We're cleaning up. We're cleaning up. A clean factory is a good factory. It's going to be good for us eventually to have a clean factory. Is it good for us now? Probably not. Is it a waste of time? Maybe. Cleanliness is next to godliness, however. And at least we're getting faster at cleaning it up. People frequently get inflammable incorrect. Remind me on inflammable. Is inflammable flammable versus inflammable? Remind me on that one. Lambrecht has hit us with the etymology of nonplussed. It is derived from Latin. No further or no more. The etymological sense is similar to being left speechless as a result of confusion. The nonplussed person can say or do no more. God, I love language. Is it inflammable and flammable? Inflammable means is Nope. Is it that they mean the same thing, or is it that the inflammable means... This is one of those things where I just get it confused because I've heard it, like... It's backwards in my mind, and so I'm like, well, is the thing in my mind correct or backwards? Inflammable means flammable. What a country. That's from Dr. Nick The Simpsons. Great. So inflammable must mean capable of catching flame? No, flammable means it can be caught on fire. Inflammable means it can catch itself on fire. Jesus fucking Christ. Inflammable is extremely flammable. Oh, God. That's worse. That's worse. That's funny. Inflammable came first. Oh, and then they were like, we need a smaller version of this. Let's just do regular flammable. Okay, I think I have everything I needed, right? 300, 500, 50. Yeah, we're good. All right, let's go see what we learned. We are about to learn hypertubes, and we just learned power generators, or power batteries, basically. Good thing our factory isn't doing shit, though. My goal, it's 3:05, and I need to get off by like 4:10 at the latest. I have to go get my flu shot today. So my goal is we need to have... Can I do this? Let's see here. Smart plating. Oh, shit. We still got to do rotors and stators and smart plates. Fuck. My goal is to get all three of these on the plate today, on the bus today. I don't think we're going to be able to pull that off. We can try, though. We're making a ton of progress. Why stop now? This is so late in the conversation, sorry, but I think the difference between genre and category is that genre describes an object's content. Category can describe beyond the object's content. Case of why A, it wouldn't really be an effective way to describe a book's genre. Oh, that's interesting. Content. Whereas I almost feel, and this is like nitpicky and probably incorrect. I'm gonna go ahead and call this incorrect. I almost feel like I would say genre is like a way to categorize the tropes or traditions of. But content makes, I mean, content is like similar-ish. I mean, we get to hit the big red button, by the way. To me, I think genre is just like one of the set of
By adding hypertube
categorizations.
entrances at both ends of hypertubes, pioneers can achieve two-way travel between locations. They are also error% safer than jump pads.
Error.
You dreamed of moving across factories like valued resources, such as rocks and water, and Fix-It listened to your dreams. We watched them. We took extensive notes. Hypertubes. Because Fix-It makes pioneers' closely monitored dreams come true.
We closely monitored your dreams and turned them into reality. I cannot stress how closely we watched your dreams. That's every milestone done. And now we get new buildings. To me, it's like genre is like what tropes or traditions does it act in, and then there's like and then it's just that genre became the popular. To me, I would say it's just that genre became like the popular categorization. It describes tropes and traditions. There's also like what narration style. That one's not very popular. People don't tend to be like, I only like first-person books, although some people say it. Then like, what audience is this aiming for? That's where YA comes into play. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe it is that genre is the most useful of the categorizations and that the other ones just suck. But I don't like genre either. I'd argue all of that is encapsulated in content. Ooh, I don't know that I would. Maybe, though. Hi, Zubly. How's it going? Couldn't make it to stream before now. I thought I'd pop in for the last hour. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Okay, what we learned was power storage, which I will probably build a couple of just to have them, because it'll be a small buffer. Power tower, which we will use in the long run to run power over long distances, I'm sure. Hypertube. So you still have to run the hypertube. I mean, my immediate thought is we should do one of these from the start and end of the belt, right? Like, that would be dope. Hypertube. We should build one at the start and the end of the belt. And it should be like belt, like lane 1. Because then you can just like send me from start to finish. I don't get people having so strong opinions about narrators that they'll refuse to read first-person POV. My version of that, I agree, Katilla. My version of that is fiction versus nonfiction. I have a friend who does not read fiction, and it's just like, I can't. And I'm just like, put that imagination to use, motherfucker. You can. Try. I don't know. There's a lot of good fiction books out there. I don't... One of the problems that you can like fall into with fiction or with nonfiction is like power storage. I can build a couple right this second, so I think we just do. I think we do. Let's set it and forget it. I think one of the problems you can fall into as a reader of nonfiction repeatedly is it's just like you read the nonfiction and think this matters because it is related to our real world. And it's like partially, but like I would argue the deeper project of reading and writing is the like sharing of consciousnesses. And frankly, I think fiction does that many times better or as good as nonfiction. And so it's like if you're having like a very limited window into what writing and reading can do for you, and that's fine, whatever. If it makes you happy, go for it. But like on the other hand, I think like fiction is also commentary on the real world. Absolutely, can be. And also like fiction can enable the other part of it, the like we're gonna do this on the damn ground. I know it's ugly, not on a foundation. Now here's the question. Will this break my power as I hook all these up immediately? Because that would be really funny if it did. Like, is it going to be a huge drain on the resources? It says you can configure it. Zubly says, I'm super excited. I signed my new rental agreement today, and we'll move my stuff on Friday. Congrats. That's exciting. Are you moving very far? Over here, here, here. Done. Did our power use go way up? No. It's taking an hour to charge these. That's fine. They hold 100 megawatt hours. Oh, perfect. It's a new unit. Okay, megawatt hours. 100 megawatt hours. Oh, boy. Why is time until full going up and down? Interesting. Why is that happening? Moving from a 4-person shared apartment to my own studio. Congrats. That's awesome. Storage charge is going up on that. And here? Yeah, okay. Just make sure it's going up everywhere. Okay. They charge slowly, but that's at least a little bit of a backup. Dope. I guess the next question is if I'm going to build a power tube. Hypertube. I need a couple more encased industrial beams. This part, oh, let's fucking do it. Hi, Formy. How's it going? What project are you working on right now? We are working on... we've been adding stuff to the belt. I'm trying to get almost everything automated. Almost everything automated. And we've also been doing some milestones along the way. We have all of our milestones done. Okay, so now we need this, and we need to just chuck it. And if I drag it, will it connect? No. Okay. So we need to chuck this every so often. Yeah? Wonder if we should put it too high in the sky. Like 2 spots high in the sky. How are you today, Formy? We're going to test out a hypertube, hopefully, before the end of stream. That'd be a lot of fun. Build mode auto. I probably should have taken a look at... Did I zoop it? Wait, hold up. Hypertube. Auto 2D. Noodle. Horizontal to vertical. Auto. Okay. Whew. We should really tear it down here, too, and just make sure it goes the right way. This just looks like a this just looks like one of those oh, that doesn't look as pleasant as I thought. It just kind of looks like a McDonald's play place. I can't wait to see what it looks like in action, but currently just a little bit McDonald's play place. Not bad, just a lot on my plate at work right now. Nothing new there. My annual went better than I had anticipated. Family is in town, which is nice. What do you do for work? I'm going to have my annual here in a couple months, and I'm a little nervous that I'm going to get fired. You've been playing this for a while now. Are you more of a big goals, or small goals person with a game like this? Oh, I'm probably more of an ADHD person. Like, I just do whatever's in front of me, and sometimes get distracted by the fact that I have more to do than I know what to do with, and therefore do nothing. And ooh, I don't know. I would not say I am doing a great job with the first playthrough of keeping my eye on the big prize. But then again, I'm kind of like building a hypothetically future-proof factory. Like, so maybe it is. Maybe I am. Dude, I don't know. Maybe I am thinking with the big picture. All right, gamers, you want to try it? Let's see how it goes. Oh my god. It is pretty fast. Is it only one way, or can I go back? No. Wait, can I go the other way? Oh, baby. It makes such a satisfying donk. Oh, wait, for me, that's right. I was like, I think we've had a conversation about this, about your work before. That's right. I think you mentioned vaguely what line of work you're in. Carly says you started stream last night saying you wanted me to get killed, so I know how I'm voting at your review. I wanted you to get scared and then killed. In Phasmophobia. Is that better? Cool. We got this thing. We need more copper sheet. I don't even know if we have copper over here, so I'm going to go over to the other place. Now we should build a second one to go all the way back to our old base. We just have a series of... Now, I know they're called hypertubes, but this is what the game should have called Zoop. Zoop tubes? I want a Zoop tube. Call it hyper building mode in terms of building foundations, and call it the Zoop tube. That's so much better. Thanks for clarifying. I got you, Carly. No worries. I wanted you to suffer before you died in game. Got a couple coupons. I probably need to check them over here. Yeah, that's what I thought for me. Yeah. I'm glad your annual review went better than you hoped. I feel like if I worked in an office with a real, like, legitimate annual review, and I have before, it's been a couple of years, that was a source of such anxiety for me. So much damn anxiety for me. Okay, what do we want to buy here? 25, we can get this. Literal hell. Hypertube floor hole. Oh, on the other hand, we could do a floor hole. We could do a glory hole. Is it good for the company? You're right. I need to spend my coupons wisely for the company. My last job wouldn't hire me permanently, so every 3 months I had to do a review where they decided if I got to stay another 3 months. It sucked so much. We live in hell. That sucks. Number patterns. This is what I want.
Fix-It does not guarantee improvement of workplace readability, efficiency, or safety with use of these patterns, since the process of deployment is dependent on pioneer skill.
We need more encased steel beams. I think those moments of personal reflection make you think about how much better of a job you could have done. This brings on the anxiety because you question whether your boss also knows how much better you could have done. Yeah. It's tough, man. I'm in such a lucky spot now that I have work that I really care about. But the performance, like the annuals I had at my job when I worked at a job that I didn't enjoy and didn't like, etc. Going into an annual being like, I don't like this job, I don't like who it makes me become, I don't like the work itself has no appeal to me, like, and yet I need to go to this meeting and basically like defend my existence. Like, that sucks. That sucks. Now here's the question: do we put a couple more? Do we put another one like right here? And go like here to here, so that it has a little gap in the middle, maybe. I don't know. I'm also the kind of person who, like, meetings stress me out generally, and if the meeting is your fate and you're like, and we live in a world where, like, you know, I've got 12, 13, 14 years, probably 12 years of like realizing, oh wait, my worth isn't tied to my productivity. You know, like I've got, you know, I'm not like 21 figuring this out for the first time. Like, my life is worth living despite my productivity. You know, like, productivity isn't what makes it all work. And still, I struggle to remember that / to internalize that at meetings like that. And oh boy. Sometimes it's like, yeah, I could be doing better. Also, you could pay / treat us better too. So maybe keep your complaints to yourself. At least I showed up. Have you played Dragon's Dogma 2? I have not. I hate when they ask you to stack rank your peers, as if people can be ranked on a single axis. I've had managers hold me accountable for if a product or hundreds of engineers ships or not by a given quarter. They say these are for your personal growth, but when I notice someone could use some help in an area, I try to help them directly. Not rat their every minor shortcoming out to Mr. Corporate. They ask you to do what? Stack rank your peers? Walk me through how that sounds. How's that go? And can I do it to my Twitch mods and see? I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. Stack rank your peers? Should we just build off into the abyss? I think I might. At least over to that thing. At some point, we're going to have to make the great turn and go that direction. But for now, I'm kind of liking just building off in the abyss. Rank and yank is the most messed up practice and sure to nuke your company, but stocks do go up. You're telling me rank and yank is not a not safe for work thing that you do in your free time? Oh, my bad. I thought you were talking... My bad. Rank and yank is something different than I thought it was. I'm sorry. Exclamation joke for sure. Google axed it for a while, but I think it's back. Wow. So does every person getting annualed or however long rank their compatriots, like the people on level with them? And how does that ranking, like, what's the end game there? What's the process? Like, what's the... You're asked to rank people, but then what happens from there? What could your peer X do to improve? Am I supposed to say they're slow or easily distracted or don't play well with others? These don't lead to good outcomes. They're just excuses to fire people. The end game is fire those with the lowest ranking. Firing the bottom portion. You can have an excellent team, but someone still has to get fired because they say so. Oh boy, I hate it. I'm so lucky. Like, I'm so lucky. Period. First off, end of story. I'm also so like, I have never been more convinced that I. You know what? Maybe my old boss wasn't so bad. I am so lucky that I can do this as a job because I really can't survive in an office setting. Like I maybe I could if I have to, but like I hate it. I really suck at office settings in general, and I certainly couldn't exist in that type of office setting. I would go wild. I would go crazy. I love the hypertube. I mean, I'm going to call it the Zoop Tube, but I love it so much. I can just get shit out and then go over here and go, yup. Quick Ryan, rank the mods. Nah, I don't need to. It's more beneficial to me to keep you guys waiting. This is like that one time when Rebecca was like, would you trust me to house sit for you? And I was like, yes. And then she was like, all right, let's rank chat based on how much you would trust each member of chat to house sit for you. And I was like, wait, this is a mistake. That said, I'm just kidding. Damn. More of a zump than a zoop. It does make a zoom. Zoom. I want to do it again. I want to do one from like here to... Here to, let's do it. Let's go like here. We're gonna hyper tube our way all the way back to our old base. We'll have a way to get there. Once you said you wouldn't pick me to dog sit, and I haven't forgotten. See, that's what I mean, is like, hilariously, I don't remember that. Hilariously, Carly does. So that's why I don't do this anymore. And that's why I don't do those anymore. Damn, what won't humans do for Daddy Corporate? Huh. That's crazy. Rank and yank. I don't want to zoop up there and then zoop over there. And zoop, I'm saying zoop, but I mean the other thing. Because this gets me up here. Oh my god, I'm going to build this entire base with hypertubes. Oh shit, I fell. Fuck. I'm just kidding, I'm not holding a grudge. Or am I? Wait. Included on his end of the year review, that's what I do. For those of you who aren't aware, we actually do an end of year review on here on Twitch, where I give chat the chance to fire me. No, I am not kidding. Missing steel pipe times a bunch. If they choose to not rehire me, I will be done streaming. We give them the opportunity, and we also let people use their channel points on it too. Like it's a vote in chat, and you can use your channel points. It usually gets hairy. It does get a little dicey. It doesn't get super dicey, but it does get more dicey than I would like. In the past, it has gotten more dicey than I would like. We'll see if that continues. We'll see how it goes this year. This guy is really just doing it all solo. We're going to need way more steel beams than that. Last year I was scared. One year Matt used all of... Wait. I think it was last year Matt used all of his shats to try and get me fired. And the year before that, Oliver used all of them to try and get me hired again. So hopefully they will have stockpiled a little bit up here. They do not appear to have stockpiled. No, I need steel pipe, not these. Damn it. Wrong thing. Steel pipe is over here, though. Oh my god, I'm getting lost in my own factory. So we need something that has these for input. I don't remember if we have anything that has these for input. This is one way to pick up a bunch of pipe. I'm from a nation that voted to call a ship Bodie McBoatface. I don't think you should trust a vote in that way. Of course I'll trust the vote. Never mind, I can't make that joke. Grab some more real quick. Now we've got plenty. I've got 48k. Just waiting. You're very close to cards. You should spend them on cards. Please don't fire me. So, all right, we'll tear all these ramps down because this is not the way. I guess we could leave them here. I mean, it's a fine way up if we really need it. I think Arena dropped a bunch to get you fired last year. That's probably true. Put it like here. $334. I was really hoping that Hypertube was just build a tube on one end and build a tube on the other end. Like you wouldn't actually, like the tube itself wouldn't have to exist. Shit. I'm missing stuff again, if that makes sense. Because I don't want to put a Hypertube across the entire map. I thought maybe I could just build a start and an end gate and then it would work. But that ain't how it works. What will you do if you quit fired? Or sorry, if you get fired? I will... Little indigestion will be no more. I will stop streaming. What's a Hypertube do? You zoop through it. You move fast. Watch. Yo. My big old head. Now I need these right here. Hi, Beanery. How's it going? How are ya? Steel beams are not making it over here fast enough, but that's because we have a major shortage of them. Because we only had one thing making them, and we have a lot of things using them. So that makes sense. We're not making them at a greater rate. So we should probably add that to the list eventually. Let's say more steel plate. Or whatever it's called. Okay. So I have the materials now. Yoink. Doomp. What will you do IRL without us? Oh, I understand. I misunderstood your question. I don't know. Someday I will have to stop streaming. Like that'll just happen. I mean, I'm not under the delusion or idea that I will stream until I retire. I would like to stream as long as possible. I love it. Stream / create YouTube videos, like that's make stuff. I would really, really like to do it. I still like it to this day, and I think I will like it for a while. So yeah, I'd like to, but I don't know. I think there's a possibility I would teach. That's probably the thing I would have some of the greatest interest in getting into. or like doing again? You'd quit content creation as a whole? My plan is not to quit. my how would you say it? My like awareness is that I'm 31. You know, I'm not saying like next year. I hope not for a very, very, very long time. But I am not under the impression that I will be able to do this forever. But I don't think I will. Like, I don't imagine I'll be 60 and people will be like, "Oh my God, have you seen Little Indigestion's playthrough of Elder Scrolls 7, 6?" Maybe that'd be cool, but I don't see myself like what's that called? Like when you like take a job that's similar but different, like in a similar avenue. What's that called? What's the word? Oh my God, my brain. I have not slept enough. Pivoting. I was like, I don't see myself pivoting to something in content creation still. Like, I don't know that I would. When it's time, hopefully a long time from now, I will probably, I don't know, I might just do a normal job. I don't know. When you have to change to little in consonants, that might be the time to quit. My Dimension 20 calendar just arrived. Oh my God, let's go. Full-time middle school sports coach? Yeah. I'll coach all the sports. I don't know. I don't know what I would do. Again, I think teaching is the thing that like makes the most sense. I really enjoyed teaching in grad school. Teaching is the thing that has been on my calendar, like, been on my, you know, list of possibilities long before I ever thought this was a possibility. Where do we want to exit? I guess we want to exit like right here. I guess like right here. Does that work? Probably too far, right? Pipe is too long. That's what that's what they always tell me. Pivoting to the Indigestion podcast one day. Now, I would say something like that is very possible, where it's like, as part of continuing or changing what I'm doing, I'm like, oh, it's time to pivot hardcore. But I think like, you know, only with the goal of continuing to do what I'm doing in some way, shape, or form. You know, I wouldn't pivot just for the sake of being like, I only know how to create content. It's all I want to do. Nah, like what I want to do is like get to be excited about things, get to learn, get to. The thing that appeals to me about teaching and that I really enjoyed, in grad school, I just taught intro to creative writing to like, you know, freshmen. What I really enjoyed about that is the challenge of making sense, right? Like the challenge of making sense, of getting it across, of like appealing broadly to students in the classroom in terms of like structuring things, and then also doing it like one-on-one, being like, the specific thing you're having a problem with is, you know, how do I tailor this? Yeah. What age range would you think about teaching? I would say probably like high school, maybe middle school. There technically is a podcast. We just haven't updated it in like 2 years. What do you want to teach? I mean, I think English makes a lot of sense. But I would teach. I have a friend who studied English with me in college and now teaches biology and loves it. So, I don't know. I just like learning. Like if you had to teach a subject in school, what would you teach? I would not like to teach math. I do well at math when I am super focused on it, but I don't know that I would like to teach it. Can you confirm or deny you were a teacher who was super easy to get off track? I probably was pretty easy, I would say. History for sure. I'd love to teach English. I think history makes a lot of sense. I could teach biology. Like, I'm not saying I have the skill. I'm saying I have the interest in teaching biology for sure. Chemistry a little bit less. Oh shit. Wake up, babe. New game just woke up. That was fun. You need formal education for teaching in order to teach over there. I believe, and tell me if I'm wrong here, chat. I think in Indiana it is just a certificate, and for certain it's a certificate, and then I think for certain levels it is highly requested or potentially required to have a master's degree in a subject related. I don't think, and this could have changed. I don't think you have to have an education degree specifically, but it depends. Welcome to the United States, where things are very different state to state, and that is not a federally regulated thing. My understanding. Oh. I think I would kill. I mean, of course I think so, but I think I would kill in a high school English class. For middle and high school, I think it's a certificate and at least a bachelor's, unless you want to do dual credit. But correct me if I'm wrong. I think it is a bachelor's in the... I don't even think that it may not even be this. I don't think it's an education degree. And I don't think it even has to be a bachelor's in the topic you're teaching. I think you'd do great at that genuinely. Thank you. I think I don't know if I'd do great at it. I think I would be passionate about it and I would enjoy it. So I think long term that is likely an option. I don't know that it will be the option, but okay. We need to think about what's next. Rotors, 345. Wonder if our batteries are powered up. Let's go check on those super quick, then we'll do rotors. Some places you can also get a job at the school district and go to school at the same time. Yes, this is very common amongst people my age. Is like you get hired to teach something and they help you get a master's in it or a bachelor's in it. For my state, you just have to pass a content-specific test. Nice. Evo has some family and education. Also depends on public or private school. Totally. Absolutely. That's a great point. I sometimes think I'd like to be a teacher, then I remember how early you have to wake up and it loses its appeal. To be clear, being a teacher, a lot less appeal than being a Twitch streamer for me personally. And that's a big, yeah, absolutely. Coaching is a great balance. I do it part-time. I only have to do it a couple months of the year. I see the kids, but I am not responsible for ensuring their success on a topic and on a standardized test. The test is the cross-country meet. If they fail, it's fine. We could increase steel pipe, but that would mean increasing steel production, which we probably should do. But let's do rotor first, right? This is wait. This is constructor. Yeah, rotor should be assembler then. Teaching was the hardest job I ever had. Lots of high highs, a lot of low lows. Interesting, hero. Hello. I can also make copper rotors if I would like. Rotors require a whole bunch of screws. 100 per minute? For normal rotors? Hero. Hush. Okay, the problem with that is that they're made at a quantity of like 30 per minute? Like 32 or 24? 40, okay. So, oh boy. 3 screws per machine? 3 screw machines per machine? Let the man speak. Stop silencing my client. He's whining at me. What about teaching at the university level? I think I would love it. I think it's much harder to. I think it would be way, way, way harder to get that type of gig. I'd love it. I think frankly, like, if I had to rank the student age and like maturity and like level of engagement with content, I would say the thing that appeals to me most is university level, then high school, then middle school. I think it basically goes like that. But a higher ed job, even with a master's degree, in creative writing, to teach creative writing in a higher ed job, you have to have a super successful book, which opens a whole bunch of doors for you, or be like, you know, probably like the 3% of people with either an MFA or in creative writing, they even have PhDs now. Some people get PhDs in creative writing. And even those people can't get jobs teaching creative writing. So it's like, it's insane. And then frankly, I don't have a master's degree in anything else. So I probably would not be, the odds of me getting a job in teaching university level anything else are 0% basically. That said, it would be a lot of fun. And if we're talking theoreticals, it would be a lot of fun. By the time I was leaving school, all my MFA friends were being told they had to go get doctorates if they wanted to teach. Yes, same. Yep. Teaching was my least favorite part of getting my degree, but over the course of the cough years, I was doing it. The attitude of my students towards school as something they were voluntarily doing to learn versus school as a commodity they were paying for and expected to go exactly how they wanted it to shifted dramatically. In which way did it shift? And how many years did you... You don't have to tell me. It's that old piece of wisdom, right? Grandpa's always like, don't ever ask a woman their age and a person with a doctorate how many years it took them to finish their degree. It rolls right off the tongue. You can teach at creative arts high schools. My daughter is at one studying what? That's right, creative writing. I do think, honestly, one of the better chances I would have to teach. That's one of the appeals of private school, right? Or art school. I don't know if your daughter's going to a private creative arts high school, but it depends. Like, I don't know. I think they have those public in some states, but okay, I need to figure this out real quick. We need 3 of these per this, and 20 iron rod per minute is a lot for a person who just put a bunch of iron rod in the other thingy. Magnet school. Magnet schools confuse me. I still don't exactly understand what they are. You know what else we might just do? Fuck it. Let's try it. What could possibly go wrong, chat? Where is it? Special? These. How hard are these to make? They can't be that hard. Okay, fantastic news. In 2011, nobody's mom was complaining if they got a B in an English course at a hoity-toity competitive East Coast private university. In 2018, on the other hand... Yeah. Yippee! Hi, IT bot. How's it going? Okay. This is the end of our bus, right? Let's just go fucking crazy. Is this all going to be temporary? Absolutely. This factory isn't getting used, right? That's what they say. Missing cable. Okay. So, plug some shit into it. Now, here's the question. How do I make a bunch of these things go at the same time? Like, we probably should do something higher value than copper wire. Is it like... Basically, we need to build a trash can here. Industrial storage has 2 in, 1 out. Is it best to just direct feed a belt in, or should I do this? Oh boy. Okay. Let's just do high tier materials and let's do... We're going to test this system out, right? Let's do high-tier materials like these. And we're just going to do one belt at a time. I'm missing iron plate. Fuck. We need our factory to be doing something for us. At the very least, what it could be doing... This is so funny, because it's so anti-Factorio in the funniest possible fucking way. We're going to make our Factorio, rather than making resources and, like, solving our problems for us, what we're going to have it do is make coupons for us. Because it ain't doing anything else right now. So why not just have it make coupons? What is this game? This game is so funny to me. ITBot, thanks for the 27 months. That means a lot. Thanks for the support. I'm doing good. I'm freezing. It's getting so cold here. Oh, boy. Today it is so warm here, so I am a little jealous. Although I did enjoy. I went for a run yesterday. All the leaves were falling. It was 75 degrees. I was like, oh, this is a kind of heaven. This is beautiful. Shit, I fell. Use the zoop tube, Ryan. Use the zoop tube. Okay. So we need to go from here. Here. Let's do it, right? Let's just do it. This means that it will be harder for us to find extras of these materials because these machines should just run constantly now. But on the other hand, I think we might get rich with coupons. We're not going to do... the one thing we aren't going to do is concrete because we are stockpiling that in storage containers, I believe. We won't do concrete. We can do cable. Absolutely. Cable is like this slot right here, I think. Yeah, okay. That's cable. Let's do EU. Danny says she had to audition to get in, and it's not a neighborhood school. That's about all I know. That's awesome, though. Congrats to her. Danny, I don't know if I can, or even if this would ever be even interesting or helpful, but, or that this would be appreciated, but if I can ever lend any, any help, let me know. I don't think I can, you know. I'm not even sure what I have to offer there, but conveyor belt is too steep. Well, then reroute it. All right. We're going to make this factory run. It's going to make us broke, but we're going to do it. Go from you to you. Oh, it's also going to take power. I always forget about that. Okay. Eat these machines. They're standardized points. Oh my god. So each one of these cables is like 600 standard points. What about that one? As much as I appreciate that, Ryan, she's 16 and knows everything. Dude, I knew everything when I was 16. Wait, do they share? Hey, wait. Hold up. Oh, they like share an inventory. The points are standardized across it all. So in that case, this is confusing because I'm putting in. Hold up. We need to break something here. Hold up. This one, oh shit, we should not do this one because this one is not working anyways. We should do something here. Hold up. We should watch the rates change. All syncs final. No refunds or exchanges. We should hook these up one at a time and see what happens. Because ideally, we should have a nice graph of adding each extra resource to see what happens. My guess here is that each item on the belt, each item in the game has a standardized point, like has like a value that it's worth to the shop that we're selling it to. And that value probably damn, we already did that one. Shit. Is higher the more complex the item is. Dope. Okay. So it's like the steepness of the graph is what we will see here. I didn't think it would be the steepness of the graph. I figured it would level out. Oh boy, we're going to have so many coupons. It's going to be crazy. Brian wants to edit your kids' papers. Everyone start emailing him the Word docs. Carly, can I tell you the funniest, barely related story to that? Oh, there we go. There it is. We are going to level out. It just only, I think it only reads like once per minute. I do not want to read your, I don't want to edit your kids' papers. However, I once, chat, I have to get off in the next 5 minutes, okay? So this will be the last thing we do right here. When I had an old YouTube, my old YouTube channel about reading books and like literature and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Do you know the most common request I got in DMs? It wasn't super common. Occasionally, some people were like, hey, can you read my paper? And I was always like, no. Now, this is confusing. Oh, we backed it up. A thing that I got a good amount, like 100+ times, is an email or a DM being like, hey, I wrote a novel. Can you read it and give me feedback? I was like, no. There is no chance. Asking a person to read your novel, that's such a big step. It's such a huge step. But maybe we want something that we can absolutely craft at the correct rate. This we're never going to craft at 60 per second. And frankly, we do want it to back up a little bit. So maybe we actually do the more common things like this. I don't think we are making these at the correct rate either. So we should actually, hold up. I'm just experimenting now. But like, we should probably chuck like that and that. Asking me to read your novel? That's like a, you know, that's a 15, 20, 30 hour task. And you're just like, hey, can you give me some feedback? And then occasionally they'd be like, I'd pay. But then, like, you're not going to pay me enough. Like, there's no way. And frankly, this is a thing I do for love. Like, there's no way. It's a level of brave and bold that I just would never have. And the problem is that, like, I get it from the angle of, like, if you're going to get your novel published, you got to be that bold. Like, you got to be that brave. It's hard to get a novel published. You got to be your own biggest fan, you know, type of vibe. But like, oh boy. Is that one level higher than I thought it was? It was. Shit. Fuck. Would you read my novel if I wrote one? I don't read anymore. Sorry. Of course I'd read your novel. It's so nice that stream is ending at 10 p.m. for me this week. A week of getting ready for bed early. Don't worry, it all ends next week when daylight savings time happens for us. I think we go with this for now and just see what happens. That one's still off. We can do cable, right? So eventually this will just level off. What we're going to do is just let it run and it will level off. And then from there, we can add and remove things to do the math on like how many points are we getting per second. That's because I basically want to do the math of like points per second. Let's get all the backlog done. Let's get this enormous spike in the graph off of our graph. I really wish I could just control, like, I wish I had more access to this graph. I would like to zoom in. I would like to set parameters. I would like to, like, we're looking at the last 60 seconds. We're looking at all time. We're looking at, but we'll get there. Or we won't. Maybe there, oh fuck. Maybe there'll be research. Maybe there won't. It'll let us control that. All right, I need to call it a stream. Daylight savings time is this weekend, isn't it? Yeah, but it's the right direction. Right? Fall back. We get to do the same hour twice. You get more sleep. I mean, never mind. We have kids now. Maybe it'll be bad. Maybe it'll be terrible. I have zero intentions of ever being a writer. Don't worry. It was only a test. You failed and Carly won. Here in Arizona, we don't do daylight savings time. It's quite nice. I would prefer not to, but only if the rest of the East Coast also didn't do it. Because being on the same time as the rest of the East Coast is very... Like, I'm not on the East Coast, but I'm just barely east enough to still be on it. And if everybody else stayed the same time, that would be fantastic. But... Okay. Just wondering if there's ever going to be an end to this. There may be, but for the backlog. I feel like it would probably come with cable. Okay, I need to stop. I need to pee, and Hero's whining at me, and I need to get off here. Ooh, good stream. This was fun. This is the version that sends my brain into Depresso Espresso mode. What we're about to get, or what we have already been on? I will say, I'll have to check back in with you about how I feel about daylight savings time. This will be my first year consistently waking up at an hour that benefits from it. We're already lucky if my son sleeps past 6 a.m. Now it's going to be 5 until we can adjust his internal clock. Oh, you're right. Damn it. Oh, you're right. Sorry I was lurking, but enjoy the rest of your day, folks. That's okay. You don't need to apologize. Thanks for lurking. Did we lose your car? It's over on the other end. I'm gonna stay here though, so that I remember to check this out at the start of the next stream. Okay. Thanks so much for watching. I need to pop off of here, but I will see you another time. If you're watching on YouTube, don't forget to like. Bye-bye. Okay, save game. Tomorrow I'll be on stream in costume. Playing Death's Door. We should open cards tomorrow for sure. Absolutely. We should open cards tomorrow. I was thinking that this morning, Catilla. Exclamation Andes. Oh, totally normal stream tomorrow. All right, gamers. I'm out of here. Thanks so much for being here. I appreciate you greatly giving me the chance to do this and to be entertaining. Or at least be your second monitor, third monitor. I appreciate it. I'll see you guys later. Have a great rest of your day. Bye-bye. See ya. Thanks for the fun chats today. That was good. That was a lot of fun. See ya.